Ja, das wäre ja so. So, Good morning, everybody. It's time for the inquiry to resume. Just a few points I'd like to deal with before we get underway with evidence and questions. First of all, just a reminder, please, about phones. Could they all be placed on silent mode if you have them with you? Secondly, just something I want to check about fire alarm practice. I did check or endeavour to check yesterday, as usual. Everyone was scheduled for this week, and although I was told there wasn't one yesterday, I was told there would be one, but the person I was speaking to wasn't quite sure at the time. I just wonder if somebody from the council could check, because I'm loath to have everybody running out if we don't need to.
Yes, understood, sir. We'll check.
Thank you very much. Documentation, just a few queries. I noticed that the inquiry documents that were put in yesterday are all already on the website, so thank you very much for arranging that. I think in the case of Mr. Jackson's original proof, to avoid any confusion, we perhaps just need a note on the overall list that his document is superseded by a subsequent core document. I don't think it necessarily needs to be removed, but we need to be clear that, particularly as the decision is being made elsewhere, that the right document is referred to. I wonder, Ms. Daly, whether I could trouble the local planning authority for hard copies of two plans that are on the core documents list. Core document lists includes at 39C and 39D, two of the policy maps from the local plan. And I mean, obviously I can see them on the laptop, but it would be a lot easier if I could have hard copies if they're available.
Yes, that's fine. We can arrange that.
Thank you. And Mr. Hardy, one for you, I think. At the back of the heritage impact assessment, which we'll no doubt be turning to later today, there's, I think, what's described as a gazetteer, yep, which gives comprehensive information about the various heritage assets. Now, I know I've got them all listed there, and apologies if I've missed this, but what I would find useful in dealing with the references to the heritage assets is a simple list of them all from 1 onwards, because otherwise to find details on a, for example, number 50, I've got to delve through that gazetteer.
So in terms of details, do you mean number and then the name of the property, or do you
what I have in mind is a schedule which would simply start with the reference number that's been used in the HIA, then give the name of the property, for example, the Priory.
Yes.
And then what type of asset it is, schedule monument, grade 1 listed building.
Right.
Just those 3 pieces of information. And then it would be more compact and I think easier for me to identify what's being talked about.
Yes. I mean, the answer is it'll be probably for Mr. He may well have done one, have you?
I don't have it. I have it in a database. So I'll get in touch with somebody from the office to get one over, because it will take a bit of fiddling to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be done immediately, but for future reference, it would be extremely useful.
Then we will absolutely do that for you.
Right, and Mr. Harding, just coming to the Joint Objectors Group now, I just want to check one point we touched on yesterday, which was concerning who would be dealing from JOG with transport and flood risk. I think I got the impression towards the end of the day that it would probably be yourself, but I just want to check if that is the case.
Well, I did say yesterday we would let you know.
Yes.
I haven't addressed that one overnight, but
okay,
I will do by the time we get to those. But it may well be me, but 1 or 2 other people are interested in speaking on it, so I will let you know as soon as we have names.
Okay, we'll just bear in mind that because on those particular topics, I would want whoever from JOG is going to be in a position to deal with the evidence that we already have in the statement of case, and to answer any questions that might be put to them, to be available when Dr. Tilford and Mr. Kendall are available, because that would be the usual arrangement.
Okay.
people
Yeah.
dealing with the topic from both sides
Yeah.
are present at the same time. As things stand, they're scheduled for Friday this week. I mean, it may be
Okay.
early, depending on how well we make progress.
Yeah.
So you'll come back on that.
I will come back on that. Yeah.
And then just one other point, Mr. Harding, just by way of a reminder from yesterday, just bear in mind that when you're presenting a witness from JOG to give evidence on JOG's behalf, as yesterday, you do have the opportunity to ask questions as part of that evidence, giving evidence in chief. And subsequently, after they've been subject to questions from the applicant and possibly the local planning authority, you would have the opportunity to go back and re-examine on points that were covered in cross-examination, if you wish.
Yeah. Thank you.
I
for
wanted to make
reminding
sure
me.
that you're
Thank you.
familiar
Yeah,
with the
that's
procedure.
helpful. Thank you.
I've got nothing else at the moment. So I just check whether any of the main parties have any queries. And Miss Daly hasn't. Mr. Hardy? Mr. Harding, anything you wish
I
to
do.
raise?
Well, I do have one thing.
Yes,
Mrs. Jess Simpson, who is going to be talking about community later on this morning.
Yes.
We get there. She to support her written statement, she's produced a pack of slides, and I just thought I'd hand those to you now and the other parties, so they had them up front of the her presentation,
right. So
and we've already they are PDF, so they won't go odd, and they've already been provided to the technical people this morning.
right, it's not so much the technical people. I mean, I didn't expect this after the discussion we had yesterday about the video. I mean, the point was made, I think, Mr. Harding, that things that are going to be dealt with need evidence is supposed to be exchanged in advance so that nobody's disadvantaged and caught on the hop.
Yeah, we understood that and obviously put in our written statements. What I think we didn't appreciate was that when we presented, we couldn't we would be able to speak to the evidence and use some graphics of community and that to support what was being said, and we didn't necessarily realise that needed to be.
Well, it's all part of the
Yeah.
evidence. The evidence can come in different forms, Mr.
Yeah.
Harding. There's often
Yeah,
illustrative material put in within proofs of evidence, within appendices. And
yeah.
the-
Well, we can offer these.
I'm not going to take a view on it now, but you do
Yeah.
need to make it available to the main parties before we do anything at all with that item.
Well, that's why now at the beginning of proceedings, so
Yeah.
I thought I'd mention it, and we can give each party a copy now.
You must do that. Yes.
Okay, let's do that then.
Mr. Harding, is there anything else you want to mention? Okay.
So if I may,
Yes, Mr. Hardy.
you know what I'm going to say.
I can anticipate.
Yeah, exactly. We have tried to be really open and facilitative. Of course, there are local residents and they're not expected to be entirely familiar with the procedure rules. But that I think wears a little bit thin on day two, because what was said yesterday applies to all the evidence that is going to come over the next 2 weeks. I will be increasingly unhappy if we're going to be met every day with additional evidence that I've not seen.
Not yet.
Mr. Harding, I hope he's listening.
Yeah.
That yes, exactly. That if there is going to be any further evidence, I want to be a cut-off point of say, tomorrow, everything that is going to be produced, we would like to see.
Of course.
Because I don't
Yeah.
feel that there is an excuse after today for producing material on the day.
I understand that, sir.
Yes.
I mean, in terms of our witnesses, we've been asked to add in a witness on transport and flooding. They will obviously have some words which they will be putting forward, which aren't the broad thrust is there already, but that would come because you've asked for that later. Mrs. Hamilton is away. I think she will stick to her script as presented, so I don't believe there will be any further issues from her. And I think Mr. Griffiths has presented everything that you're going to. Yeah. So I think we are we're clear, and our witnesses will have completed their.
Yes, I mean,
So,
sometimes it is inevitable that additional documentation
Yeah.
comes in. I mean, the point that I made, I think early on when the inquiry opened, and made again just now, is that if anything, the earliest time that any party knows about something that is relevant to their case, it should be made available.
Yeah.
It's not, don't leave it to the last minute. It may, whether it appears to you to be innocuous or not, it needs to come in as soon as it's available.
Yeah.
Just to clarify the point about flood risk and transport, it wasn't the position that I sought an additional witness. What I wanted to make sure was that there was somebody dealing with those points, and indeed it could be yourself, because they were matters of concern, and I'm not, I repeat, not looking for additional evidence. The points are covered, albeit relatively briefly, in both in the statement of case and in the opening statement. So the areas of concern are there. It may be that in verbal evidence in chief there is some elaboration, but I'm not looking for additional areas of evidence.
Okay, well, that will keep it a lot simpler, and I can deal with it, and we won't add any more evidence then.
Good.
Yeah, simplify it. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Harding. Right, I think we left things yesterday with partway through Mr. Daly, you wanting to?
Yes, just one thing. I think I can see that 2 policy maps
All right,
have
good.
appeared on your
Yeah.
desk. So that should answer your question in relation to, is it CD 39C and 39D?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'll look at those later on. Thank you for that. Right. Yesterday, when the inquiry was adjourned, we were part through the evidence from Mr. Jackson on behalf of the Joint Objectors Group. He's given his evidence in chief, and it's time for questions from, first of all, Mr. Harding.
Thank you very much. Then good morning, Mr. Jackson. I am going to be mercifully short in questions with you, just some preliminary matters, if I may. You tell us in your document, Creative Entrepreneur, and I think we're at some pains to say you have no professional heritage qualifications. Is that right?
Correct.
And
Apart from the fact I did a part archaeology degree, the same as Fitzpatrick, who is actually the North Herts senior archaeologist.
yes, so
And we dug the same sites.
yes, the question was professional qualifications, not academic qualifications. And obviously know that you did your degree. So to that extent, questions about development management policy as it relates to heritage aren't for you, are they? They're not. That's not your. You're not professing competence in that sphere.
I'm not, to be honest. No, I'm really more interested in the, I guess the essence of what archaeology is about, which is about discovering what the past can teach us about the future and about our heritage and culture. And really, that is the main reason, I think, for archaeology, to actually enrich our cultural and understanding of ourselves and of our past.
Yes,
And how it might actually influence our future.
yeah, clearly, intelligent, well-read man. If you don't mind me saying that I described as a historicity, isn't it?
That sounds like something for me from a medical journal. I would suggest that archaeology and history economics and many geographical features. It's a multi kind of field really, which involves even environmental science, physics, as you've heard from the geophysics. It's not a simple historicity. No.
All right. It's the academic side, and clearly literature review and all the other things that you talked about go into that. But it's on the academic side, isn't it, of heritage?
If you recall, yesterday I spoke about Stonehenge, one of the most famous landmarks in Britain. I can tell you that Parker Pearson looked at the past evidence of past archaeological work, did a critique of it, spent some time on the data, many months, possibly a year, 2 years, and actually used that data to form up some of his strategy for the future work he was going to do on Stonehenge.
Mm-hmm.
So that work, good, bad, and the indifferent, he even analyzed the data, the bad data, and extracted useful data from it. So if that answers some of your question.
I don't think it does, Mr. Jackson, but we can be clear on this. You've never engaged for development management purposes in heritage impact assessment, have you?
The idea of a developer having the correct standpoint to start with regarding archaeology, I find unusual.
Perhaps
because development, if you could just let me finish. The developer starts from the point of view of having an economic reason for actually developing a site. And in that way, he has to kind of obviate or mitigate whatever's on that site to actually allow that economic activity to go forward.
Mr. Jackson, have you ever been involved in the preparation of a heritage impact assessment?
Yes.
Where was that, Mr. Jackson?
Harpenden.
And what was that for?
That was for the listed town hall, which actually we ended up buying, and we won the actual bid for that, and we occupied it as offices for our small business.
Let's just unpack that a little bit. A heritage impact assessment for development management purposes, that's a very specific thing. That involves professional evaluation of heritage significance and so on. I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Is that a document that you or a process that you personally have been involved in?
I actually got somebody else to do it, and then I actually looked at it.
That's a different thing. I'm talking about creation of that document.
I thought you were saying, was I involved with it? Not had I created it.
All right, let's be clear then, Mr. Jackson. Have you undertaken yourself personally a heritage impact assessment for the purposes of development management?
No.
Okay. There were, in some of your evidence yesterday, there was a flavor of people not being able to be transparent or open. I took a note of your evidence, which said that for some reason that you didn't understand, Mr. Keith Fitzpatrick Matthews was, and this was the evidence you gave, gagged for some reason. You recall giving that evidence? Do you recall, yes or no, first of all?
No.
You don't recall giving that evidence?
Let's discuss the word flavor for starters. I think
in order to make progress,
that,
Mr. Jackson,
no,
Mr. Jackson,
let me speak, please.
Mr. Jackson, you can speak and you can qualify your answers. I think what would help me in having a record of what goes on is if you can answer the question from Mr. Hardy first, and then if you need to qualify it, please do so.
So I'll put the question again. Yesterday, do you agree the evidence you gave was that, and this is a quote, gagged for some reason, you gave that evidence in relation to Mr. Keith Fitzpatrick Matthews, who's the curator of the North Hertfordshire Museums. Did you, yes or no?
I can't recall saying that.
You can't recall saying that quite.
I may have a feeling that may be the case, and they may wonder why I spent an hour and a half speaking to him, and then he didn't answer emails for 6 weeks, and I may wonder about those things.
Right.
But I don't actually have any evidence, but I'm quite happy to have that controverted in the sense of, if somebody said to me, North Herts District Council has not spoken to Keith Fitzpatrick Matthews and told him that he should not talk to anybody regarding this particular inquiry regarding the archaeology, that would certainly reassure, I think, myself, but that's only a personal matter for myself.
Right. Well, it's a factual point. Note that that was the evidence you gave. But even if it's just a feeling, what do you think may be the reason for, or what's concerning you about him being gagged?
Because what he said to me may be in contravention of what the actual policy of the council is, which is they want the solar facility to go forward. And as I guess as an employee of a part of this organization, or certainly a part of the North Herts, as I left him after this hour and a half conversation, his words were, I will have to check with my boss if I can talk to you about this.
Right. So Mr. Fitzpatrick Matthews clearly isn't part of the planning process, is he? He's the curator of the museum, but from what you've just said, because he is connected to the council, your suspicion is that somehow he's been prevented from having his say. Is that your case?
I think what I would say is that it hasn't affected what we've put forward, apart from the fact that we possibly would have spoken to him, clarifying some of the archaeology. And as the North Herts archaeologist, and I realize that he's been ill and on holiday, and there may be reasons why he hasn't been able to talk to us outside of what you're saying, maybe the reason. But it did actually impact on our ability to actually clarify some of the archaeology. And I would have liked to have had him as a second person, as I did in that 1.5 hours conversation I had with him.
Mm-hmm. Second thing you said, or appeared to say, was that Mr. Phillips, so the Historic Environment Advisor, HEA for Hertfordshire County, was somehow constrained following the decision of the council to recommend approval of the permission. Again, it was the same sort of point about restraint. Do you remember saying
No. I actually don't. I don't feel I have that. I have not met Mr. Phillips. I have not had the detailed conversation with Mr. Phillips. I can really be given what I feel I can be woeful of what Mr. Phillips hasn't done regarding this proposal, and the depth of research he may have had to have gone into before he made his own kind of like decisions for the council.
So it's a point about competence and thoroughness rather than him somehow being bridled.
My own view on that would be that I think there should have been more consultation from the council of the local people regarding the conservation area status of Great Wymondley, and such an important decision. And that should have possibly even gone to like a village hall meeting or certain hall meetings, you know, and that really, the fact that an independent advisor, I don't know if he's here today, is he? It would have been good if Mr. Phillips had been here today, for example, to talk on this matter, because he could have reassured us, and he isn't.
In terms of time scale, the way the system works is the application or pre-application, application comes in, then consultation takes place. you're aware, aren't you, that the consultation exercise and the response from Mr. Phillips was prior to the officer report and then the resolution of the council?
I'm actually kind of like not entirely aware of the total timescale, but I'm also not aware of a note from the council saying to attend a meeting because we've got important things to talk about regarding your local community, and before we make a decision on this
All right,
particular matter.
I don't want to take anything for granted. And
Phillips is an advisor, I presume, an independent advisor for the council. So in a way, I'm saying that the council's responsibility, possibly for Mr. Phillips, should have been to point out that this is a pretty big scheme. And we think that the heritage part is going to be pretty significant. And what I'm trying to say to everyone in this room is that the heritage of this site and its archaeology has not been given anywhere near the attention or detail by anyone on your side.
yes, I mean, absolutely don't
including AOC,
absolutely,
not just Phillips.
absolutely don't agree with that, Mr. Jackson, as you know, but I'm just interested in how much you understand about timescales at the moment. So the planning application process, pre-application, application, consultation response. Are you prepared to accept from me that the consultation exercise and the response from Mr. Phillips preceded both the officer report and the council's recommendation for approval of this application?
I'm prepared to accept something that's truthful from yourself,
Thank you.
but I live in the world of reality, and we are here today.
The purpose of that question is because there was a flavour in what you said yesterday. You said lots of things in the hour and a half that you're giving evidence, but there was a flavour that somehow the council had made a decision and that therefore people weren't able to have their say, or they were being constrained by that decision. If the consultation exercise was completed prior to the determination by the council, that wouldn't be the case in relation to Mr. Phillips, would it? In other words, Mr. Phillips has free rein. He's an objective advisor. He can say what he likes in his consultation response. That's then taken into account by the officer and the council. It's that way round, isn't it?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's just incompetence then.
Incompetence, all right. In terms of documents that you have read, if you don't mind me saying, we gave you the boxes last night and there was some surprise you expressed at the amount of information that was available. And I just want to understand what you had read prior to you writing your presentation and giving your evidence yesterday. So had you read the Heritage Impact Assessment, which is at CD5 in the boxes?
Yes. But you've got to recall as well that just like the person who's running this whole agenda, sometimes it's better to actually look at an A3 piece of paper that's been printed out. And I was just looking in those boxes yesterday, and I have to say that you told me to move off those boxes because we had to get out of this room. And you were pretty sharp at that.
That information, of course, has been available for weeks.
So
online, Mr. Jackson.
The information may be, but just as the man who is actually running this particular hearing today needs to sometimes look at what other things may be in there. Let's put it this way. I prefer to look at something A3 just like any person does than looking at a screen. And actually, I was looking at those things to see what there was in there. Also, at the end of the day as well, that you've made the point that my full-time job is not actually being normally involved in these processes.
So Jackson,
I just come from the point of view of simply looking at what is put in front of me. And sometimes I say that isn't important enough in this particular instance.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at certain parts of this because that's the amount of time I've got to look at these things.
Mr. Jackson, I'll try and keep my questions straightforward, and I'm certainly not being pejorative. What I was asking was what information you had read. And so on that list, the heritage impact assessment you say you had read.
I've read mitigation strategies. I've read things from AOC. I've
Yeah,
looked
so let's
at
just
maps.
stick to the question. Can we, it's CD5.
You asked me what I had read.
And I asked you about the heritage assessment, which is at CD5. If you want to have a look at that, it's in folder 1.
Right, let's have a look. Where are we looking?
So it's at tab 5,
Yeah.
and that's the heritage impact assessment.
Which part in this part is it then? Is it the whole of it?
Just look at just the first page at tab 5. We'll help you if you got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes all the way through. It's a thick document. It goes all the way through to tab 6.
Yeah.
Is that a document that you had read?
Yes.
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah.
So if you could just turn to a number of points, which I didn't understand why you'd make them if you'd read this. Bibliography is at section 7.
Mhm.
It doesn't have, yes, it does actually. They're tiny. They're tiny page numbers at the bottom of the hard copy, and it's page 25. They're very small.
Oh, right. Yeah. Go on then. Give us it.
There was criticism leveled yesterday about authors of the report not having read documents, books, and so on. Were you aware of that bibliography, and had you studied that bibliography when you made that point?
I mean, the point about this is that somebody could actually put forward a bibliography, and they may not have actually taken into account the important points from that.
Okay.
Also, that I think previously, yesterday morning, there was a situation where somebody said that people cut and paste things. I can tell you that everything in my document was written for the first time. I can tell you in some of the information that I'm getting from yourselves that it's cut and pasted from other documents.
Mhm.
So those cut and paste situations to bulk out something as if you've done something doesn't mean there's a real kind of understanding, even though that person might actually profess to actually have an understanding. Did Mr. Phillips, for example, in here, shows the assessment of the field walk?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to interrupt. It's
Sorry.
at this stage of the proceedings, you can't ask questions.
Sorry.
You're there to answer questions from Mr. Hardy.
A lot of criticism being meted out, Mr. Jackson, of professionals, and just take a note of that. But the second question I want to ask is, which caused some surprise, was you said, well, look, there's 67 listed buildings. These haven't been set out anywhere. And the site gazetteer, which the inspector has already alluded to this morning, if you could turn on in this document to Appendix 2, unfortunately, that doesn't have an internal page number.
Yeah.
You'll see a comprehensive gazetteer of all of the assets that are in play in this case. Is that a gazetteer that you'd seen? Because if you had, it's a surprise that you made the or gave the evidence you did yesterday.
I'd seen it, but then that gazetteer was in the AOC report compressed to 4 important areas. And so rather than showing the scale of the issue, which I think this does, I wanted to point out that the 4 areas gave the impression there was a minimal impact. And I just wanted to reinforce in my presentation that there are a lot of listed buildings around this site.
Right. So it's a competence thing again. When you have qualified professionals whose job it is to take a proportionate view, they have a full understanding of the range of assets, then they whittle that down to those that they think might be affected. It's that part of the process. You say that's, you don't agree with that, and you question the competence of the author doing it.
I actually think that synthesizing for purpose, distilling for purpose, is almost as bad as actually kind of like not putting it forward in the first place, or saying it is somewhere in the background.
Mhm.
In other words, in the AOC case, it shouldn't compress
Mhm.
the mass of buildings that are actually listed and the importance of these buildings
Mhm.
into simply four areas that we should concentrate on.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't our view, and it certainly isn't my view, is that needed to be actually reaffirmed.
So just to clarify, you're not professionally qualified as a heritage consultant. You've never undertaken a heritage impact assessment, nor are you here to give evidence in relation to the planning policy aspects of heritage in the development management sphere. That's all true, isn't it? But you're criticising, as I understand it, the proportionality exercise undertaken by suitably qualified experts in this case. That's your case.
No, I'm not just criticizing that. That's a part of what I'm criticizing.
Well, you're criticizing all sorts of things, but in
Exactly.
relation to AOC and the exercise that's been undertaken, that encapsulates it, doesn't it?
No, that's a part of it.
A part of it, all right.
If you imagine a pie chart, it is a part of the criticism.
Okay, helpful. Let's have a look at who else you criticise. If we may, that's Historic England, and we can see their consultation response at it's at CD 137, so that's in folder 9. So if you want to have a look at that. So it'll be folder 9, Mr. Jackson, down to your.
Yeah.
It is CD 137.
Which part are we looking at?
So it's a short letter.
137, yeah?
137. It's the letter from, or the consultation response from Historic England. Have you seen this before?
Mm-hmm.
So 5th of January of 2022. You got that? Yep.
Yeah.
And third substantive paragraph under the subheading significance of the historic environment. We're told that these finite and non-renewable environmental resource, rich and diverse part of England's cultural heritage, makes a valuable contribution to our cultural, social and economic life. Then solar farm in this location would have an impact on a number of designated assets and their settings in and around the site. There are no designated built heritage or archaeological assets within the red line boundary of the site. Designated assets within a 1 kilometre radius of the site, 2 conservation areas, 2 scheduled monuments, 4 highly graded 2-star grade 1 listed buildings. I assume your criticism about it's on. Yeah. I don't know.
I can see these microphones on.
I'll try again. Is that better? Right.
Okay, thank you.
Letter 5th of January 2022, consultation response from Historic England. So just under the subheading significance of the historic environment, there's a general point about the richness and the diverse part of England's cultural heritage. But the paragraph I'm particularly interested in is the next one. Solar farm in this location would have an impact upon a number of designated heritage assets and their settings in and around the site. No designated built heritage or archaeological assets within the red line boundary of the site. Then designated assets within a 1 kilometre radius of the site include 2 conservation areas, 2 scheduled monuments, and 4 highly graded 2-star grade 1 listed buildings. Is your criticism the same of Historic England, that they're narrowing down of the identified features doesn't meet with your approval?
Let me say that time moves on and the LiDAR has now found things within the site. So actually, the first paragraph here, I entirely agree with. But actually, LiDAR would suggest that there are now things of archaeological interest that have actually been substantiated within that area. Now, regarding the second part, I think what we've got to remember here is that within a kilometre radius, I think that this might actually be wrong, even. 4 highly graded 2/1 listed buildings. There are, I believe, more than that.
And then over the page.
And actually, it does not mention then the significance of the buildup of heritage assets. And this, I think, is important because it's not just one building being affected or 2 buildings of particularly incredible importance. And don't forget that the listed buildings, the 2 grade 1 listed buildings in this, are 2 out of 7 grade 1 listed buildings that are not churches in the whole of the north of Hertfordshire. Now, being Historic England, they may not have actually understood the significance. They may not. How am I to say? But I think, in honesty, there should be more consideration. And I think Historic England should have come down here and had a look at what assets there are and actually made sure that their facts were incredibly comprehensive.
Right.
This is not incredibly comprehensive.
So you know the status of Historic England and what their role is as statutory consultee. And as I've understood your evidence, they may not have understood the significance of the assets. That's what you said. And then to summarize the rest of your answer, you don't think they did a good enough job?
I don't think that, I believe that they've been economical in their answer.
Economical in their answer. There's a lingering, let's just clear that up. Economic as in short, or economic in them not being transparent?
Well, they may not be entirely factually correct. And I'm presuming that Historic England has a duty of care to look after grade 2 listed buildings.
Well, it's interested particularly in grade 1 and grade 2 star.
Are you saying to me, look, I know I can't ask questions, but can I put this to them? Are you saying to me that Historic England does not look after grade 2 listed buildings?
No, they are the custodian and they're statutory consultee.
So why haven't they mentioned the number of grade 2 listed buildings?
Mr. Jackson, this is not a discussion. You're there to answer questions from Mr. Hardy.
So I just want to have an understanding when you said economic. It goes back to a point I made earlier on. There's a whiff. I'm not going to put it any higher than that, but there's a whiff from your evidence, Mr. Jackson, that there's something funny going on. People feel constrained. People can't have their say. People feel under pressure. That's a flavour of it. When you use the term economic, Are you suggesting that Historic England, for some undefined reason, have not been transparent in its consultation in this case?
What I'm basically saying is that what they've put in here is not comprehensive.
Not comprehensive, all right.
Because if they don't look after grade 2 listed buildings, I can see that if that is not part of their job, I can see they would not mention it. I don't know if there are, unfortunately, if there are 4 or 5 grade 2 style listed listed buildings in within 1 kilometre.
Mhm.
So what I'm saying to you is that what's happened to the rest of the historic assets, which you've pointed out, Mr. Phillips has put in his kind of like appendix. Where is the rest of the 70, 80, 100 assets? Does Historic England not have any kind of jurisdiction over those things? Does it have no interest in them at all? So can we literally, on one case with Mr. Phillips, say he's done a great job because he's actually added all these things, but I say that's been compressed by AOSC into 4 things. And in this instance, a situation where Historic England actually only puts down 8 things, when in fact there are next to nearly 80 to 100 things, it appears, or 80 or so things that it actually has some interest in.
Mhm.
So in both cases, for what reasoning, why those things happen, I can't conjecture. There isn't a whiff, a smell of, I don't believe there is a conspiracy going on here.
Right, that's very
And actually, but there are certain things which factually are not in here.
good. That's very clear on what you say. So the recommendation from Historic England on the final page of the letter, we can see, having considered its duties and the evidence before it, on balance, we'd have no objection on heritage grounds should your authority be minded to approve the application. I know you don't agree with that, but that was the view taken by Historic England, wasn't it?
That's what that says.
Thank you. So the next part of the jigsaw, we're almost there, then is in relation to the council's determination and the officer's report. So at CD 35, so that's in folder 2,
Right.
different folder.
CD 35A in here.
That's it. Yep. That's the council officer report to committee. Have you seen that document before?
I don't believe so.
All right. And I'll be mindful of that. Let's turn to internal page 48. Before we do that, are you familiar with how officer reports to committee work in the planning system? So Jackson, do you know what they do?
No.
All right, well then I'll keep my questions even shorter. Page 48.
I'm there.
There's a section headed other harm. And then right at the bottom of that page, got impact upon heritage assets. Can you see that? It's a bit of an orphan at the bottom of the page.
Is that mean, does, all right.
Sorry, does that mean? Bottom of page 48, other harm.
Yeah,
Say-
no, I've got that. Yeah, I picked impact upon heritage assets. Yeah.
So that's just, when I say an orphan, it's at the bottom of the page. It perhaps ought to be at the start of the next page. It
Yes,
doesn't,
possibly should be.
it doesn't matter. Over the next 6 pages through to page 54, I'm
Mhm.
going to read all of it, but there's reference to the 1990 Planning Act in paragraph 4.5.81, first of all. So it's the second paragraph on page 49.
Yeah,
And we've got a reference to the Wymondley Neighbourhood Plan, 4.583.
mhm,
We've got the NPPF in 84. See that?
yeah,
We've got emerging local plan references.
yeah.
So the planning policy context was set out, wasn't it, in this report?
As I said, I haven't read in.
Well, we've just gone through, there are certainly references. I'm not going to ask you how well it's done, but there are
I'm
references.
not going to say anything about this because I'd need a lot more time to read it, unfortunately.
Well, you can choose not to answer if you want, but I'm asking you factually, are there references to those relevant policies in the paragraphs we've just read? I'm sure
As
you-
I've said, I'd need more time to actually read this document and I haven't read it.
Right, well, I don't think you do, but if you refuse to answer that, I can't take it any further.
Well, the point is, if
Jackson.
you want to give me half an hour to go outside and read it and then have a look at it, yeah, I'll do it. But have you got time for that?
Mr. Jackson, I'm not asking you questions on the interpretation of the document. It's, I think, fair just to say, are there references in there to the policies? That's all I was asking. If you don't want to answer that,
Are there written words in here?
Yes.
That talk about historic
Yes.
England and archaeology?
Well, it wasn't that. It
I could
wasn't that
actually ask
general.
a 5-year-old to put that into a document and you could say, does it contain those words?
Mr. Jackson, it wasn't. That.
Unfortunately, I have to.
Mr. Jackson, if we look at page 49, go to one of the paragraphs that Mr. Hardy's mentioned, 4.5.83. It starts off with a reference to policy NHE9 of the Wymondley Neighbourhood Plan. And what Mr. Hardy's saying is, does this report include such references?
Yes or no?
So you're saying policy NHE9 of the Wymondley Neighbourhood Plan confirms that development proposals should reflect and, where possible, enhance the historic character of the area. Is that what we're saying? 4.5.83.
Do you know what, Mr. Jackson? I'm going to cease my cross-examination of you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your courtesy.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Sterling.
I just have a few short points.
Yes, of course.
Sir. Good morning, Mr. Jackson, and happy birthday.
Oh, good morning.
You
If you could possibly have your name.
yes, it's Miss Daly, DALY.
Well, good morning to you, Miss Daly.
You were asked some questions by Mr. Hardy in relation to the officer's report at CD 36A. If you just keep that folder open, please, and turn to CD 36B.
Sorry, Mr. Sterling, did you say 36B?
Yes, it
I've
should
got a
be the,
I've got a 36, just 36, which is the minutes. Is that where you're going?
yes, sorry, it's 36. It's the minutes. Thank you. Yes, CD 36.
Yes, CD
Apologise.
36, yeah.
Yeah, got that. Thank you.
Now, in response to some questions from Mr. Hardy, you expressed some criticism in relation to the council's handling of the application, and you said that you thought there could have been more consultation and that the issue should have gone to a village hall meeting. Now, I know you've told Mr. Hardy that you hadn't read the officer's report. I'm just interested to know whether you were aware that there was a planning committee meeting held to consider the application on the 17th of November of last year.
I was aware of that, but I wasn't aware of anything specifically regarding the heritage.
Okay,
And that's where I was actually concentrating my efforts.
okay. And did you attend that meeting?
No.
Okay. And when we look at the minutes at CD 36, we can see on, there aren't actually page numbers, which makes it slightly difficult. I think it's page 5.
Yeah, the chair invited. Is that?
Yeah. The chair invited Paul Harding,
Yeah.
Caroline McDonald, Hugh Chatfield and Derek Carter to speak against the application. So there were a number of individuals who came along to that planning committee meeting
Yeah.
and spoke against the application, correct?
Yeah.
And if any of those individuals, including Mr. Harding, who is here, had wanted to raise concerns about the approach taken to heritage, assets or archaeological matters, it was open to them to do so at that meeting. Can we agree that?
Given the time it's taken to talk about the heritage this time, I think it should have been given more importance,
And the answer to my question, please.
is there wasn't enough time in that meeting.
And the answer to my question, please. Would you like me to ask it again?
You're going to ask it again.
So those four individuals, Mr. Harding, Caroline McDonald, Hugh Chatfield and Derek Carter, if they'd wanted to raise concerns about the approach to archaeology or heritage assets at that meeting, it was open to them to do so, wasn't it?
Did you ask them?
Could you answer my, sorry, so, Mr. Jackson, could you answer my question, please? You're then perfectly entitled to qualify it, but all it requires is a yes or a no.
I wasn't at the meeting,
Okay,
and so I can't comment on how the actual meeting went or what actually was framed. I don't know if the meeting ran on. I don't know if time was allowed. I don't know if the right people were there. I didn't attend that meeting.
okay, fine. We can't take that any further. Just one further point. It's not a question. It's a statement. In order to try and provide you with some reassurance, you referred a number of times to Mr. Fitzpatrick Matthews in your evidence. And I understand that you are concerned that that particular individual was told by someone at the council not to speak to you. I can confirm that my instructions are that Mr. Fitzpatrick Matthews was not contacted in relation to the application, and certainly no one within the planning department contacted him to tell him not to speak to you. So I hope that provides you with some reassurance in a public forum.
I think
It's not a question. You don't need to answer.
no, the Fitzpatrick Matthews part of this is being blown up somewhat. And I was personally surprised that he didn't answer some emails, having spent 1.5 hours with him in conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Fine. Well, the council can't assist you any further with that concern.
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. There's no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Mr. Jackson, just a few more questions, some from me.
Fantastic.
I want to ask you first of all about something that you've already mentioned, which is the approach to heritage assets and the AOC proof of evidence. So have you got Ms. Roy's proof with you?
Are we talking about the mitigation, or are we talking?
No, I'm talking about the proof of evidence from Ms. Roy. I'll find the.
CD 167.
It is, yes. Yeah.
So where would that be in here?
Yeah.
I presume so, yes, if you've got a complete set of core documents.
Yeah.
Now, can you go to page 8? On the top of page 8 is paragraph 4.9. Continuing.
It's 167. It's the proof of evidence.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, sorry, that covers it. Yeah,
And I think you said something along the lines of that the impression was given that there were grouping assets into 4 gave the impression that there was only a minimum extent of concern. The bullet points on page 8, they cover more than 4 assets, don't they?
yes.
so that they're groups of assets rather than individual assets. Do you agree or disagree with the approach of grouping assets in that way?
I disagree with the synthesizing of those assets down to those simple 4 areas. And in a way, the way that this document works is that it uses quite a lot of kind of officialdom in a way, but then also basically introduces its own, I think this is the one that introduces its own scale for the apportionment of either substantial harm or non-substantial harm attributed to these assets. So in this scale, and I'm not sure if I can use visual. Can I use visuals in this if they're not going to be put forward?
Well, you can refer to any document that's already within the inquiry.
I cannot show this, for example.
I don't know what it is.
It's basically something that professes to have.
Where's it come from?
It's effectively something that's within this documentation.
Okay, well, give us the reference, and then we can all refer.
It's actually the way that the scaling of substantial or less than substantial harm is attributed to certain buildings. So, for example,
Page number, I think, is what we're after.
let me find it in my own notes here. I'm sorry. Give me some time. Let me find.
Well, we may be able to save time, Mr. Jackson. I just wonder if you're giving me the answer to a slightly different question, which is the assessment of harm and assets. And what I'm interested in is the range of assets that you think are that you and John have concern about.
I think that, for example, the Great Wymondley Conservation Area,
Yes, which is mentioned.
should actually be given more emphasis than it actually has been in this report. And this should, for example, say contains 14 listed buildings, and the actual chalk and cheese approach of actually saying this is a conservation area and that is a singular building. So, for example, Grade 2 listed St Mary's Church of Little Wymondley is actually.
Mr. Jackson, it's not saying that, is it? If you look up on page 8, bullet point 3, which you've just referred to, says Great Wymondley Conservation Area, including designated heritage assets within it.
What I'm saying to you is it doesn't basically point out the number.
No, it includes all the heritage assets within it, doesn't it?
And well, let's say, for example, Grade 2 listed Gravely Hall Farm is
yes,
is given priority over 23 other grade listed buildings in Gravely, and they are all Grade 2. Grade 2 star listed St Mary's Church at Little Wymondley is given precedence over Grade 1 Wymondley Bury, which is actually one of the finest Anglo-Saxon hall houses in the country,
right.
Almost irreplaceable.
Okay, so
scheduled monuments of Wymondley Priory.
Mr. Jackson, am I right in thinking then, from the way you're answering my question, that you consider that there are other assets in addition to these groups of 4, notwithstanding that there are more than 4 points that are mentioned by AOC?
I think that within the total documentation, if you search far enough, you will find all those assets, but it isn't necessarily kind of like comprehensive.
No,
report.
I'm interested in the concern of jog. And from what you're saying, I want to understand the extent of your concern. I presume from your answer that it goes beyond these 4 bullet points. Is that right?
This whole report, this report is, even though I'm not an expert in the area, I agree I'm not an expert in the area, I would look at it and I would simply say that parts of it, this and the mitigation, actually leave a lot to be desired.
No, I want an answer to the question about the extent of your concern in terms of heritage assets. Does it go beyond those 4 bullet points?
Yes.
Right. Let's move on from there. Now we've got that point. If you go to your revised proof, please.
Yeah.
Which you handed in yesterday.
Yeah.
On page 10. In the right-hand column, you have a list of some listed buildings.
What heritage impact on the setting of Great Wymondley?
Sorry?
This one?
Well, I've just page numbered it myself. It's the one that has the heading, some of the finest buildings in the country and county.
Yeah, yeah.
But I've counted that as page 10.
Yeah, fine.
You've got a list of probably about 9 or 10 listed buildings. And now are those just examples, or are those the additional ones that you're concerned about?
I think there are 14, 15 listed buildings within Great Wymondley. But these are other listed buildings other than Delamere House, other than the Grade 1 church, other than kind of, so.
Yeah, but are those ones that you're concerned about? Or are you just identifying them as examples of listed buildings?
They are ones I'm concerned about.
Right. And again, does your concern go beyond the others? It's not, is that an exhaustive list of additions, or are there others?
I haven't got them in the evidence because at the end of the day, I've just simply placed them on one of the other pages and said there are 67 listed buildings within 1.25 kilometers of actually the site. And those 67 listed buildings, if I then attribute the harm factor to each of them, and I actually use that scaling, even if I don't agree the scaling, I can say, is the scaling less than substantial? Let's say it's all 1. That means I put them all in a pot, there's 67. If it's 2 in terms of less than substantial, it's 152. If it's only 3, as is professed in the document regarding the Grade 1 church, it's 3 times. All those different impacts, if you look at them regarding the 67 buildings, are not that we talk in the document about actually actually carrying out exhaustive desk research, and we use certain arguments regarding the harm that will be done to them, but we don't really take into account the quantity of actual listed buildings, which actually is almost like a reflection of the heritage.
Well, that's what I'm asking you about now. Can you go to the heritage impact assessment?
Yeah. Which
is CD5.
Which we know which folder. Yeah. Folder 1.
And
sorry about this.
After the main part of the text, there are some figures. Don't think these have page numbers.
It's in 5, yes.
CD5, yes. But yeah. I'm interested. I want to ask you about figure 2 and figure 3. Figure 2.
Are we talking about in the site gazetteer?
No, before that. The first part of CD5 is the initial report. And then I think it has a section of figures and plates before you get to the appendices. But it's fairly early on. The electronic page number, it says page 37 out of 207. So it's first part of the document.
I mean, it's in Appendix 2, is it?
No, it's before then. Appendix 2 is the gazetteer.
Right, okay. Pardon? One of these plans, yeah. Which plan would it be?
Figure 2 and figure 3.
Oh, figure 2 and figure 3. Right, well,
So can we start with figure 3?
figure 3, yeah, gone. Yeah,
Now, figure 3 identifies heritage assets within Great Wymondley, Little Wymondley and Gravely.
yeah,
And you can see the extent of the conservation areas, the scheduled monuments and the location of the listed buildings.
yeah,
You can also see the extent of the application site.
yeah.
Does your concern extend to each of the heritage assets shown on that plan?
Let me say that I am concentrating greatly on Great Wymondley to start with. So
Right, well,
I know
is what I need to know.
I know more about Great Wymondley than I do about the other sites. But when I look at the way the AOC report was put together, and it was put together on the basis that desk research was done on the assets within 1 kilometre or 2 kilometres of the site, this then got compressed down to 4 specific areas, one of which was a conservation area, which is Great Wymondley. The other one was a singular church in Little Wymondley, which is a grade 2-star listed building. And then another one was Gravely Hall, and the other one was the Priory.
Yes.
So what I would say is, why did we not take the group of assets and actually give it a group score?
What I want to know, Mr. Jackson, is what yours and Jog's concern is. I'll be able to ask questions of Ms. Roy later on. This plan shows the extent of the heritage assets within a certain area. Now, my question is, are you concerned about each and every one of them?
Yes.
A moment ago, you said you focused on Great Wymondley.
I principally focused on Great Wymondley because the demesne and the manor and the parish, the site is mostly in Great Wymondley and within the old field systems of the Priory. So, and also as I live in Great Wymondley,
Yes.
I thought it was my duty to actually put my scarce resource into actually trying to make a case for that. But I cannot say that I discount things like Grade 1 Wymondleybury, for example, because I feel equally for all heritage assets, and actually I believe in conservation.
And does that plan in figure 3 show the assets that are the extent of your concern? The reason I ask that is because the previous one, figure 2, covers a slightly wider area.
Look, I'll make an apology here. I don't know how things like Roman cemeteries, if they are listed in some way in terms of a historic monument, or how Roman roads, for example, there isn't a Roman road on this, you know, and that must be.
No, what's on is in, if you look on the right hand side.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying to you, but for example,
Now, is that the test? That was the test. Okay, so that's it for this week. Good.
I don't see the Roman road on this. And so I wonder why that Roman road isn't on there. But having said that, it may not be a heritage asset, the Roman road, but I would think it has to have some historical significance.
So what we're talking about are what's under the heading legend, which is scheduled monuments, listed buildings, conservation areas.
Yeah, and I'm saying if this is a comprehensive list of all those
What-
heritage
what-
assets, why is the
what
road
I'm
there?
saying, those assets that are included under those headings on figure 3, are those the ones you're concerned about? Because I also asked you about figure 2, which comes before it and goes slightly further afield. Now, can we, for the purposes of Jog's concern, can we look at figure 3 only?
I've only been concerning myself with figure 3.
Right, that's helpful.
I wonder where that Roman road is. Sorry. Not heritage.
Can we go to, in your revised proof to page 39, please?
Could you give me the heading of that, please?
Yes, sorry, yes. The solar ram driven posts and the archaeological mitigation.
Thank you.
And you've got a copy of one of the application drawings, and you end up saying that unfortunately this will damage most of the site. There's a written scheme of investigation, which I think it's CD 30 to do with archaeology. What's your view about the mitigation which involves not digging into the ground?
Well, can I just
Because what you've shown on page 39 concerns the ones that will go into the ground.
well, let's put it this way. The site is 218 acres. I've estimated that the site 1, 2, and 3 add up to about 20 acres. So we can take 20 away from 217 and we add up with about 195 acres.
Yes.
So something like 195, 190, 170. A lot of the site will actually have these ram-driven posts put into it. But that is after the AOC have dug in their recommendation between 150 and 200 trial trenches, which are 50 meters long, 1.8 meters wide, and up to 1 meter, 1.5 meters deep. They say that they will trial trench 3% of the total site. That is a trial trenching exercise of approximately 6 acres. When you do trial trenching, basically, it's effectively an industrial archaeology itself, because you basically have got a digger with a fairly sharp bucket, basically taking off layers of soil and topsoil, having somebody looking on. Basically, the spoil is put somewhere, and then basically you are under normal circumstances, you'd have people looking all the time, and they'd be saying, look, we've hit certain significant layers, or we've done this, or stop. You have people jumping into those trenches and seeing if there's anything significant, until you possibly got down to ground, the actual natural ground, or something that you knew existed. Now we are talking about between 150 and 200 of those on this site, 6 acres of digging with soil taken out. Don't forget that soil is stratigraphically kind of like put together. It also has a certain compression ratio that when you actually take it out, it actually won't go back in unless you absolutely smash it into the ground. It certainly won't go in the stratigraphic way it was. So certainly 6 acres of the site, even if you basically said that we found nothing would be completely and utterly smashed to smithereens.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, I understand your concern about.
And then you have this going on top.
I understand the concern you've articulated about that. Can you go to CD 30, which is the initial written scheme of investigation?
Yeah.
When you've got that, if you could go to paragraph 5.3, please.
Is this? Is this 5.3? Sorry.
No, that's a plan. I'm talking about paragraph.
Oh, paragraph 5.3.
Paragraph 5.3, page 9.
Yeah, got it.
And what paragraph 5.3 does, it explains the no dig approach. And says that instead of digging into the ground, the solar panels in wherever the no dig approach applies, they would be set into concrete shoes, which would be laid on the surface. Now, where that approach were taken, would that allay your concerns about archaeological features which may be in the ground below?
No,
Why not?
because the primary purpose of archaeology is to further one's cultural kind of the cultural richness of what you're basically doing. So from the point of view of actually the primacy, this is a damage limitation exercise. Ideally, if this was to go ahead, you would have no panels at all on those areas which are archaeologically sensitive. Or if you wanted to say that the local community was going to get some benefit from this, that rather than trial trenching the whole site, because actually you wouldn't generally trial trench a whole site.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about trial trenching at the moment, Mr. Jackson. I want to be clear about your view on this, on the no dig approach with the panels resting in the concrete shoes. What you say damage limitation? Are you implying that that would cause some damage, and if so, why?
Well, I think there are other risks which I'm not kind of like.
No, I asked you if it would cause damage.
Compression damage, possibly.
Possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
No panel would cause no damage.
Sorry.
No panel would cause no damage. Possibly.
Page 26 of your proof.
Yeah.
Heading setting of heritage assets.
Heading again?
Setting of heritage assets.
Setting.
I think it's just over halfway through.
Yeah.
You've highlighted at the bottom, final sentence, which says it's our contention that this proposed industrial solar complex will damage the setting of multiple listed buildings. How would it damage the setting? What's the reason for reaching that conclusion?
Well, I think if you looked at the conservation area of Great Wymondley, for example, which I've concentrated greatly on,
Yes.
it is basically the fact that the land has been an important part of that community, not just in the sense of kind of like the the iceberg sitting out the ice, but also all the actual archaeology that still exists underneath the land. And I think the setting itself proposes, you know, we tend to think of just buildings without the people. The people within the conservation area help keep the conservation area. They go out into the conservation area. So they actually perceive the setting, but actually all the past research, well, everything that's actually is Great Wymondley has always been linked to that land. It goes right back at least 1,000 years, possibly 2,000 years. So in fact, how do we define the word setting? The word setting is about the landscape of that particular conservation area. And that's taking the conservation area as being important, those listed buildings, but the land all around it, especially up to that buffer which has existed, which is the Great North Road, which nobody's actually developed. And okay, there's been industrial farming, there's been different field boundaries, there's been changes in field boundaries. It's gone from this to that, the other, but the setting is much wider, and it's part of a wider landscape kind of like movement in archaeology, which I've tried to demonstrate by showing the importance of kind of like Stonehenge in the context of its total landscape. And that's why the government is spending umpteen millions and actually kind of saying, well, we will have to put a road, we'll have to put a tunnel under this now. We can't just accept the fact that there's a road there. And in its own way, all the heritage assets, the important heritage assets that make up the conservation area of Great Wymondley are attached to that, from parish to manor to actually being owned by everyone has actually owned it from that period of time for at least 1,000 years. And that's the setting. The setting is everything. It's visual, but it's also kind of like the historical nature of the beast.
Thank you. And just finally, I'd just like to get your view on the extent of harm that you say there is. The National Planning Policy Framework refers to substantial harm to designated heritage assets and less than substantial harm.
I believe.
Do you have a view on how this should be considered?
I believe that you cannot say that it is a less than substantial kind of like impact when you look at the scale of the proposal. It is 4 or 5 times the size of Great Wymondley. It is taking a great deal of the land between Great Wymondley and that important Roman road from a heritage archaeology point of view. It's going to be the equivalent of actually, I don't want to bring the tone of this down. You probably think I've brought the tone down already. But if you imagine Independence Day, literally the appearance of that alien craft, that literally is the impact of a 217-acre site on the small community with its heritage buildings. And I cannot think that is but substantial.
Yeah. Just so that I'm clear on the extent of the area you're referring to, the Roman road is that's the line of the B road to the east of the motorway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to ask you anything else. Mr. Harding, do you wish to re-examine?
I will be brief, so we don't lose track of time.
Only on points covered in cross-examination.
And points covered in cross-examination. Yeah. Mr. Jackson, I think one of the themes running through much of your talk yesterday, and what has probably been underlying many of the questions today, and the Inspector just referred to it, was the very great standing you give to setting. And just confirm to me, please, that I think many of your concerns expressed as to the level of significance and harm, and the mention an impact upon the buildings was because you don't actually believe that the importance of the setting was taken into account sufficiently.
I don't believe that, but I can also understand that taking the rather simplistic view of a single building, and if you can see, for example, from the top window of a building, that site is the very minimal way that you can say it could be substantively harmful. But in fact, there's a greater harm.
Yeah.
And there is a particular setting here which is unique. I mean, that's why people like Seaborn, whether you agree with his findings or not, whether Fitzpatrick was right in saying, no, he was slightly wrong with that, but he still thought there were Roman kind of remains. It wasn't the fact that, so in fact, it's the whole uniqueness of Great Wymondley, and actually the opportunity. I am actually excited by the actual finds and the actual geophys that has been pulled up by the proposed developer. And actually, I look at that in particular, the site 1, and would it be possible just to show you something that would not go into the record?
No.
Okay.
No. No.
Can I not show you, Paul?
You can show me afterwards. So essentially, then, Mr. Jackson, the reference to visual as the key to the definition of setting, as has been made several times, is in your mind not the essence.
Mr. Harding, I'm just going to
Yep.
interrupt. Please don't ask leading questions where you,
okay.
where you suggest
Okay,
the
that's
answer.
a leading question. Okay. You just mentioned visual as an issue there. I don't know how to ask the question then, but yeah, setting goes beyond visual. Would you agree with that? You're saying that.
I would absolutely say that visual is, of course, extremely important. But is it the visual from simply one building or two buildings, or is it an accumulation? And I think this is what we've got to say. If there was just one building concerned, and that was on, and then there was a seesaw, but there are a number of buildings. And don't forget, I've concentrated my efforts because actually that's all I could do on Great Wymondley, and I've conjectured the fact that there may be difficulties with Gravely. There will be difficulties as well with Little Wymondley. There may be difficulties outside that area in terms of the visual impact of something so large.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm only saying that this is a part of the problem in the sense of that kind of like setting, but the setting in particular to Great Wymondley is not just visual. It's actually the historical and factual context, the archaeology that's been revealed, which I find extremely exciting. And it would be a real shame if no dig was actually the situation for 40 years, when we could actually find out more about ladder settlements and potentially kind of like Romano, Celtic kind of Roman kind of things, possibly in Site 1. But if that's what happens, and we are denied that, we've been denied it for a number of years. So I'm going to be, I leave it at that.
Okay. So just to clarify then, we just talked as well about levels of significance, and you were concerned that less than significant to apply to the listed properties and conservation area is wrong. Your definition for the level of harm is therefore?
I will just give you,
It's
high.
The
Well,
question's
can
already
I-
been answered, Mr. Harding.
It's high.
And it's significant. Yeah.
It's very
Or high.
significant.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So one last question then. Now, Mr. Hardy did explore your professional background, and it was accepted that you do not work in the field of archaeology and heritage, but have a background educationally in it. Do you believe that anything in the academic information that you've pulled together is being lessened by the fact you're not actually working in the industry, because you've clearly done a lot of research, read a lot of books, found a lot of information out in an academic sense for this forum?
I'd obviously say if I'd been working in the industry for 40 years, I would have a more polished approach. And I apologize for not having that polished approach. But the concerns I have over the AOC approach, for example, to mitigation, and actually some of the very brief letter from National Heritage over such important assets. I can't deny the fact that I'm disappointed at the fact it's not the fact that whether this goes against us or not, or whether the solar farm gets built. I literally am flabbergasted. At the fact
Jackson,
that-
you're going into a different area. now.
Okay.
You're going into
No, I was
criticism of
just
somebody else.
just trying to clarify that one point. Okay.
Is that it, Mr. Harding?
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. That completes your. Mr. Jackson's standing up and making room for Mr. Roy. I'm going to take the break now, Mr. Hardy, before Mr. Roy's call. Can you just give me an update on timing? I've got down in my note from you expected about an hour in chief.
We're going to be shorter than that. I think in most cases where I've given a time estimate, I've been able to revise that downwards. So
Yeah,
I'd have
'cause I think you gave either for all your witnesses either an hour or an hour and a half.
I think about half an hour.
Fine.
Should do it half an hour to 40
Yeah.
minutes, something like that.
Thank you. Right, we'll take a 10-minute break, please. So we'll adjourn. Sorry, Mr.
Just to get a little bit of guidance.
Yes.
I mean, this is a very unusual inquiry in the sense of the position taken by the council and the applicant. So in terms of giving evidence,
Yes.
I'm really bound or want to be guided by you as to
Yes.
what we do. We've got summary proofs.
Yes.
There are members of the public here. Would it be would it be sensible they're only short, the summaries. Would it be sensible to read out summaries and then just focus on key points that I think are still live so far as JOG are concerned? So in other words, I could be more expansive in evidence in chief, but given where we are
Yes.
and the need to get on, summary proof and then some focus questions to do with JOG's concerns.
I think that should do the job, Mr. Hardy.
Fine,
Yes.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I mean, if I feel that there's an area that needs covering by your witness, I'll tell you.
Yes, because that's why I was asking. Of course, the idea is to inform you, and
Yes.
in doing that, I don't want to then provide you with a lack of information. So if there's anything that you want us to cover, then of course we can. But that's going to be my route map for my witnesses.
That sounds fine.
Thank
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Hardy. So we'll adjourn now and be back here, please, to resume at 10 to 12. Thank you. Inquiry is adjourned. It's 10 to 12 and therefore time to resume. Could you all take your seats, please? Thank you, Mr. Hardy. It's time for you to introduce your first witness.
Thank you very much. Then I'm going to introduce Ms. Roy to the inquiry. You have a summary proof and you have a main proof. And just to introduce you more formally, you are Senior Project Manager at AOC Holdings, which trades as AOC Archaeology Group, Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland, that's FSA Scott, member of the Chartered Institute of Archaeology, MCIFA. You hold degrees in archaeology and prehistory, first class honours, geoarchaeology, MSc distinction, practiced in the heritage sector since 2002, working initially as field archaeologist for a range of academic and commercial institutions, including the former Hertfordshire Archaeological Trust. Worked as a heritage consultant since 2004, 17 years of experience working within the heritage consultancy sector. Is that all true?
That's all correct, yes.
Good. So you heard what we're going to do, your summary proof. I'm just going to ask you to read that verbatim, principally for members of the public and their benefit, and then we'll have some supplementary questions. So go to your summary proof, please.
Will I skip the introduction as it covers?
Skip the introduction, we've done that.
Yes. Okay, so this next section is cultural heritage appraisal. So in forming the assessment set out within my proof of evidence, I have had regard to the NPPF and relevant policy and guidance, including the Historic England documents, statements of heritage significance, the setting of heritage assets, and conservation principles, policies and guidance. As detailed in section 4 of my proof, a proportionate and appropriate assessment of baseline conditions within the application site was established in accordance with best practice and professional guidance as part of the application process. This involved the preparation of a heritage impact assessment and geophysical survey, which together established the archaeological potential and cultural heritage value of the application site, and were used to identify the potential impact upon buried archaeological remains and accordingly design an appropriate mitigation strategy. The heritage impact assessment also assessed the potential for the proposed development to impact upon the setting of designated heritage assets within 2 kilometres of the site. The geophysical survey identified 3 concentrations of anomalies of archaeological origin, which indicated potential evidence for settlement and high temperature production processes. A buffer was applied around the extent of the identified anomalies and used to define 3 archaeologically sensitive areas within which the applicant has agreed to finalise the design of the proposed development to ensure that development within these 3 sensitive areas would be achieved via no-dig solutions. A draft mitigation strategy for the proposed development site was set out in detail in a written scheme of investigation, which included provision for and details of the implementation of no-dig solutions within the 3 areas of archaeological sensitivity and the undertaking of a 3% trial trench evaluation across the remainder of the site. There are no designated heritage assets within the site, and as such, there would be no direct impacts upon designated heritage assets and no harm. In the case of the proposed development, the potential for harm upon designated heritage assets relates solely to potential impacts upon their settings. The heritage impact assessment identified less than substantial harm to the settings of 4 groups of heritage assets: the Grade 2 listed Gravely Hall Farm and associated structures, the Grade 2 star listed St Mary's Church at Little Wymondley, the Great Wymondley Conservation Area, including designated heritage assets within it, and the scheduled monument of Wymondley Priory and associated structures. Section 4 of my proof provides my assessment of the significance and setting of each of these groups of identified heritage assets, together with an assessment of the predicted impact of the proposed development on their significance. My assessment concludes that there would be less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale in each case. So consultation responses related to cultural heritage, There were no objections to the proposed development on cultural heritage related matters from statutory consultees. Section 5 of my proof provides a summary of consultation undertaken with the Historic Environment Advisor for Hertfordshire County Council, which culminated in the production of a draft written scheme of investigation. I note and agree that amendments to the written scheme of investigation will be required following the finalisation of design and construction methods post-consent. The applicant is committed to undertaking further archaeological works as part of the post-consent process, as reflected in the draft planning condition appended to the Statement of Common Ground. At section 6 of my proof, I provide a brief synopsis of the Historic England response, noting that I agree with Historic England that there would be a degree of less than substantial harm upon the setting of some nearby heritage assets, and that this harm would be limited in nature and thus at the lower end of the less than substantial harm scale. Section 7 of my proof reviews the North Hertfordshire Council's comments in relation to the proposed development as presented within their committee report and their statement of case. I agree with North Hertfordshire Council that the proposed development would result in a degree of less than substantial harm to the setting of a range of nearby designated heritage assets. I do not agree that there would be harm to either the Gravely Conservation Area or the Grade 2 star listed Wymondley Hall, and provide an assessment at paragraph 7.8 to 7.9 and 7.15 to 7.16 as to why I consider there would be no harm to the significance of these two designated assets. Notwithstanding the disagreement with regard to Gravely Conservation Area, I agree with North Hertfordshire Council that where less than substantial harm is identified, it would be at the lower end of the spectrum. So in regard to third-party responses to cultural heritage, the responses received from third parties to the application have been analysed to identify those which include comments and objections in relation to cultural heritage issues. These comments are addressed within section 8 of my proof. Within that section, I have provided a table which summarises each response and provides a brief comment on where and how the issues have been addressed, either in the submitted application documents or within my proof of evidence. With regard to the field patterns within the site, I argue that the large arable fields of which the site is comprised are a largely mid to late 20th century construct, and that the proposed development would not result in disturbance to the above ground layout of historic field systems. It is my position that none of the information submitted by third parties provides evidence that the proposed development would result in a level of harm in relation to cultural heritage that extends beyond that outlined in section 2 of this summary and detailed within section 4 of my proof. So to conclude, the proposed development has been designed to avoid known heritage assets as far as possible, and a robust mitigation strategy has been proposed to allow for the investigation of any hitherto unknown buried remains. This will include preservation of identified archaeological remains of likely significance through the implementation of no-dig solutions in specific areas of the site, as defined within section 5.4 of the draft written scheme of investigation. The physical loss of buried archaeological remains within the site can be adequately mitigated or offset by industry standard archaeological work in advance of construction, as reflected in the draft planning condition appended to the Statement of Common Ground. I have summarised my own assessment of the predicted impact of the proposed development on the cultural significance of surrounding designated assets, and concluded that where there is less than substantial harm, it would be at the very lower end of the scale. In this regard, my assessment is largely in agreement with the conclusions of Historic England and North Hertfordshire Council.
Mr. Hardy, before you start with your supplementary questions, one thing which perhaps I've mentioned before Ms. Roy started, I imagine that we'll be referring to the heritage impact assessment while she's giving evidence. I don't know whether it's just my copy, but on my electronic copy, the report itself, before you get to the attachments, is watermark draft. And I just wanted clarity on whether that's just an error, and that I want to make sure that I've got the final version. There's been no change.
Yes, in my printed version, I think mine
I
is.
think that's an error because that's the one that I think that was submitted.
And this
With
is,
the planning
this is the one that's
application.
been
Yeah.
relied on.
Yes,
Right.
Just, there isn't another one. That's the one. The council.
that's the one. I'm not sure why it has a draft watermark, but that's the one that was submitted with the
But for
application.
your purposes, we can ignore that draft.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Right, got 4 topics I want to cover relatively quickly, if I may. The first of those then relates to identification of the potential for impacts upon buried archaeological remains. In your main proof, you tell us, you outline in your text how the HIA considered appropriate desk-based resources. And the culmination of that, I think, in figure 5 of the HIA. So could we turn to that? So CD5, that is the HIA, and then figure 5 within that. Do you have that?
I do.
Can you just tell us what? Have you got that, sir? It's loading. Correct. Yes. You've heard the criticism in relation to approach. So I just want you to explain what you did and how you get to figure 5 in the HIA, Ms. Ryan.
Yes, so figure 5 shows us all of the known heritage assets as has been determined from documentary research and analysis of the Historic Environment Record extract from Hertfordshire County Council. This also includes identification of previously unknown remains, bearing in mind that this assessment was prepared prior to the geophysical survey. It includes a range of possible extractive pits and crop marks, which were picked up both by looking at LiDAR evidence and aerial photography.
In terms of the obligation in proportionality, so looking at everything and then forming a view on how much information should be presented. Can you give your view on that? Again, you heard the criticism. I think that the word synthesis was used, but what's your evidence on that?
We are very much guided when we're preparing our heritage impact assessments by the National Planning Policy Framework. Paragraph 194 of the NPPF note that the level of detail should be proportionate to the asset's importance and no more than is sufficient to understand the potential impact of the proposal on their significance.
Thank you. In relation to then the HIA, identifying high potential for remains of prehistoric, Roman and medieval date. What does that mean? Just explain where that takes us.
So within the HIA, there is an appendix called Document 5, Appendix 1, which defines how we categorize different levels of potential. Within Appendix 1, high potential is considered to apply where the available evidence suggests a high likelihood of past activity within the site and a strong potential for archaeological evidence to survive intact or reasonably intact.
Okay, so that's what it means. What's the consequence if there is a finding of a high potential? How is that recognised?
So in undertaking the EIA, we recognise that there was this high potential based on previous documentary research and looking at the sources. However, we recognise that that's also to some degree uncertain based on the evidence, and therefore, as part of the HIA recommendations, we advise a non-intrusive geophysical survey to be undertaken in the first instance to better define the archaeological potential of the site.
Ms. Roy, could you just slow down a little bit? I'm
sorry.
having difficulty keeping up with you.
So I don't know whether you just want to repeat that. So my question was, you've defined what high potential is. What happens? What's the response, or how is that high finding recognised?
So in recognition of the high but uncertain potential, the Heritage Impact Assessment recommended that a non-intrusive geophysical survey be undertaken in the first instance to better define the archaeological potential of the site.
Okay, so that's what's recommended. I want you to tell me about the exciting sounding Bartington non-magnetic cart system.
Yes, so the geophysical survey was undertaken by AOC's specialist geophysical survey team. It was undertaken using, as you say, a Bartington non-magnetic cart system. So this is a method of flux gate gradiometry, numerous sensors on a cart system, and this allows us to pick up very subtle changes of magnetics below the surface, and thereby to identify where there may be buried archaeological features.
Could we just open up CD 32? So that's in folder 2. The document there is headed Archaeological Geophysical Survey. See that?
I see that, yes.
Second page is
It'll be part 1. That's where the majority of the text is.
Would it, I don't want to complicate things, would it help if you had a hard copy? Because there's one spare, I think, at the back of the back of the room. If you, right, so you can get it. Thank you.
Just adding find out.
Yeah, that's just
Okay.
Tab 32. And it was the second page I was interested in, which has got the names of those people involved in preparation of the report. So we've got prepared by a Kate Armstrong and an Alistair Galt. So not you. Can you tell us a little bit about Dr. Armstrong?
Yes, Dr. Kate Armstrong is a very experienced geophysicist. She's an acknowledged expert in the field of geophysics. She has an established international academic reputation for the development of solutions for survey in a wide range of environments.
Thank you very much. And then just inside that document, one other reference, internal page 8. So it's section 5, methodology. Paragraph 5.2. What we're told is all geophysical survey work was carried out in accordance with recommended good practice specified in the EAC guideline documents published by Historic England, Schmidt et al. 2016, and the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists Standard and Guidance for Archaeological Geophysical Survey. So there are standards that have to be met, and your understanding is they were met in this case.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. So we don't need to go perhaps too much further into the detail, but it's the interpretation of the results. So that's what I'm really interested in. What did the survey identify? So the interpreted results, which I think are shown as figures 23 to 32 within the Geophysical Survey Report, Part 8. I think that's Part 8, isn't it? Yeah. Yep. So if we go to tab 8 within that document, I think that's post-it note on mine, Part 8. Figures 23 to 32. Yep. Tell us what they show. So these show these aforementioned 3 concentrations of anomalies of archaeological origin. There are 2 smaller ones in the northwest and the southeast of the survey area. These cover roughly 1 hectare each. And there is a more substantial group in the central eastern part of the survey area, which covers approximately 8 hectares. These 3 anomaly groups, while uncertain in date because of the nature of geophysical survey, they potentially date from later prehistory
through to the medieval period. And that analysis and interpretation is based on their spatial arrangement and characteristics.
Okay. Degree of confidence for those that are expert in these things, coming from the clarity of the results that you've just described. So what's the degree of confidence?
So as my colleague, Dr. Armstrong, has concluded, and in discussion with her, she's noted that the clarity of the results and the variety of the features that have been identified within them lend great confidence to these results, particularly the conclusions that there are unlikely to be substantial features of archaeological interest, aside from those mentioned in these 3 archaeological sensitive areas that have not been detected by the geophysical survey.
Thank you. And just to pick up some textual references there. So the non-technical summary is in part 1 of the survey. So it's CD 32 and then part 1, and then it is Roman page 4. Do you have that? It says non-technical summary, and then I think it's the 4th substantive paragraph down where it says this: though there is clear archaeology present within the survey area, it's generally spatially constrained, with anomalies occurring in distinct clusters rather than a more general dispersal. The clarity of the results and the variety of features that can be identified within them lend confidence to the results, especially that there are unlikely to be substantial features of archaeological interest that have not been detected. Is that the confidence that you were talking about?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, second topic then is appropriate mitigation. So recognizing that the geophysical survey had identified a range of archaeological anomalies, what then happened? How is that taken forward?
So looking at the interpretation of the results, we identified these 3 archaeologically sensitive areas. These include a 12-metre buffer around the defined features to account for any extension, and then we discussed with the applicant and arranged for the design of the development to be achieved via no-dig solutions within those archaeologically sensitive areas.
Okay, so you have your geophys survey. An archaeological mitigation strategy, written scheme of investigation, gets prepared at some point. Who prepared that in this case?
This was prepared by my colleague, Victoria Relexky, and was prepared following some initial consultation that we had with Daniel Phillips, the Historic Environment Advisor to Hertfordshire County Council.
Thank you very much. So could we turn to that WSI? So that's at CD 30, which is also in volume 2. And it's internal page 10 that I'm interested in. So that is paragraph 5.4 on internal page 10. And it says this: archaeologically sensitive areas have been defined based on the results of the geophysical survey and include a further 12-metre buffer around the extent of the anomalies identified. These have been established in GIS using the OSGB coordinate system, and the areas will be set out on the ground using differential GPS, specifically Trimble R8 or R2, using the VRS Now real-time RTK correction service. Set out positions will be located to within 5 centimeters of the design position to a level of precision, and the set out position recorded for comparison. So the archaeologically sensitive areas will be fenced off with Nettian or canes and hazard tape. These areas will be fenced off prior to commencement of the archaeological trial trench evaluation and prior to commencement of the main construction work. So is that the point that you're talking about in terms of the 12 meters buffer?
Yes, just to count for any accidental damage and make sure that they're fully protected.
Thank you. In terms of no dig areas, then 5.3, paragraph 5.3 on the previous page, page 9.
Yeah.
So design of the development within the archaeologically sensitive areas to achieve by no dig solutions. Just probably it's clear what they are, but just for the benefit of members of the public, what is a no dig solution?
So this involves the setting of all solar panels within these sensitive areas upon concrete shoes. These are laid directly upon the surface so as to avoid the need for piling. This also involves the laying of any access tracks within the sensitive areas upon a Terram permeable separation layer, which sits directly upon the ground surface. It also involves designing the installation of the electricity cabling within the sensitive areas to avoid ground breaking. And this can include wire suspended systems, cable troughs, or cable trays.
Okay.
Mr. Hardy, just like some clarification on
Yeah.
that from Ms. Roy. In the third bullet point, there's reference to an allowance for ground reduction requested by the applicant. Would that still count as no dig?
This is the area which, when we had feedback from Daniel Phillips, the historic environment advisor, he had some concern about this, and I think it's something that we're going to have to address. I noted in my proof that there needs to be some revision to the written scheme of investigation. And it will be around this area to clarify and agree what the cabling solution will be to make sure that we have minimal impact to the archaeological remains.
What I want to understand, and I suspect other people want to understand, is what do you mean by no dig? If there was this allowance was made, would it still be a no dig solution?
If that allowance went forward, then no, it would not be a no dig because it would break the ground.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've heard Mr. Jackson's evidence and the interpretation of archaeological features. I think we can all agree. It can be complex. It can change based on discoveries and research. That was the thrust of what he'd got to say. Just want to look at a little bit of policy, if we may. And to do that, it's policy HE4 of the local plan. And that is at CD 39. And it's internal page 171 of the North Hertfordshire local plan. Policy HE4 deals with archaeology. And what the policy box has to say is this: permission for development proposals affecting heritage assets with archaeological interests will be granted, provided that, and then developers submit an appropriate desk-based assessment and where justified an archaeological field evaluation. B, it's demonstrated how archaeological remains will be preserved and incorporated into the layout of that development if in situ preservation of important archaeological remains is considered preferable. And then where the loss of the whole or a material part of important archaeological remains is justified, appropriate conditions, and so on. There's other parts of the policy, but I'm interested in preservation in situ and the preferability of that. So can you give some evidence on that?
Yes, in my opinion, preservation in situ is very important. It is considered to be preferable in this instance. As we've heard, these archaeological features are potentially high in importance, and preserving these remains in situ will allow us to preserve them for future generations and indeed for future investigations, at which point perhaps our understanding of archaeology and better archaeological methods may be available for investigation.
Okay, so keep it in the ground.
Yeah.
Going back to the written scheme of investigation then, so back to CD 30, page 10, paragraph 5.7. There's a reference to what you're doing outside of the archaeologically sensitive area, so where there are hitherto unknown remains, and there is reference to a 3% archaeological trial trenching evaluation. I just want to understand how that came about and why it's at that sort of level.
So this came, the 3% figure came through consultation with the Historic Environment Advisor to Hertfordshire County Council, and it took into account what I've previously discussed in terms of the confidence that we have in the geophysical survey results, that there's unlikely to be significant remains elsewhere, but also recognises that there is an unknown quantity in terms of the ground that's not been previously disturbed, and therefore we need to investigate and look at the potential. The 3% figure is considered to be an industry standard in these situations in terms of providing even coverage across the site, which I think we can see at figure 2 of the WSI, which shows where the trenches would be placed across the site to give us even coverage and better understand if there is potential for buried remains in these areas that have come up blank on the geophysical survey.
Mr. Roy, just to be clear, the 3%, is that 3% of the whole site, or have you taken out the no-dig areas from that?
If I'm honest, I'll have to double check. I think that's 3% of the area remaining. So yeah.
Okay, so that deals with archaeology as far as I want to take it. Next topic then is settings of designated assets. Back to CD5 and the HIA. And section 4, or part 4 of that report, it's on internal page 4. That's the start of the planning background. And we can see there is the first heading, identified heritage assets and key planning considerations. There are a number of points made, but my eye alighted on the subheading setting on internal page 6. So you can see at 4.2.8, I think through to 4.2.12. So do you just want to give a thumbnail of setting as you understand that and how it was dealt with?
Yes, so this section 4 under subheading setting, this outlines how setting and harm was considered for the purposes of the historic impact assessment submitted for the application. And this takes into account the Historic England document setting of heritage assets, and also the definition of setting in the NPPF, noting that the NPPF states that a thorough impact of the assessment of impact on setting needs to take into account and be proportionate to the significance of the heritage asset under consideration and the degree to which proposed changes enhance or detract from the significance and the ability to appreciate it. And the Historic England guidance requires us to go through a 5-stepped approach to assessing setting, which is what the historic impact assessment has done. It provides a checklist of potential attributes, which we have looked at, and we've had regard to this checklist, but in the interests of being proportionate to the effects that would occur, we only discuss those attributes of setting where these are found specifically to contribute to the value of the asset.
Let's just break down that slightly. I think you elaborate on, so section 4.2.8 to 12 in the HIA. So that's in the original document. I think in your proof, you deal with setting as well. I think that's section 3.
Yeah.
Okay. A number of documents that you've raised, which will be absolutely stock in trade to you, but let's just list them out. So that's Historic England's, that's GP, that's the GPA 3, so Historic England Advice in Planning Note 3, 2nd edition, Setting of Heritage Assets. I think that is CD 91.
Yes.
Then the Statements of Heritage Significance, Analysing Significance in Heritage Assets from Historic England. I think that's CD 90.
Yep.
Bit long in the tooth now, but Conservation Principles, 2008, that's CD 92.
Yep.
And then I think there was the definition of setting in the MPPF in the annex, which you read out in the at the end of that list.
Yes.
Okay. So the documents, proportionality then, see much of the criticism from Mr. Jackson seemed to be, or he uses his word, synthesis. So you move from the larger down to the smaller. Just explain how that works when you are looking at these matters in a development management context like we are here.
So we are very much focused on what is significant about a heritage asset. So how we understand that heritage asset, and then how a proposed change to the setting of a heritage asset could potentially affect its significance. And in doing so, we obviously have to have regard to how much of the significance of the asset is derived from its setting, and therefore look at whether there will be a diminution in the overall significance of the asset due to a change in setting.
Okay, so in terms of what you're trying to identify, so if you're singling out something that you're looking for, it's a change to what?
A change for the worse.
A change for the worse.
Yes.
Okay. There's then a division, and Mr. Jackson again was, I think, critical and certainly taking a different view of a classification of harm in the substantial as opposed to the less than substantial classification. So the MPPF and the PPG talk about substantial and less than substantial harm. I'm interested to know from those documents, and perhaps also the planning practice guidance as well, if you want to bring that in, what is it that's important when you're looking at establishing whether harm is substantial or less than substantial? What are you looking for?
So what matters when we're establishing whether that harm is substantial or not? It relates to whether a change would seriously affect those attributes or elements of a designated heritage asset that contribute to or give it its significance.
There's then a subdivision also within those broad categories. You have substantial harm on the one hand, you have less than substantial harm on the other. Within those broader categories, is there a requirement to then break down the extent of harm within them?
There is. So the planning policy guidance, which I think is CD 64D.
Yep.
At paragraph 18, which is one long giant paragraph.
Yes, in the way that the PPG works, but just for the reference, so that's CD 64D, and that's paragraph 018.
018, yeah.
Just worth pulling that up. So what that tells us is that within each category of harm, open brackets, which category applies should be explicitly identified. The extent of the harm may vary and should be clearly articulated.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's what national guidance tells us to do. So in order to articulate as clearly as possible where within the classification, and in this case, that's the less than substantial harm category, it lies, what do you do?
So in terms of my assessment for this site, to articulate this as clearly as possible, I have considered where the impacts would fall. I just applied a scale of 1 to 10 within my proof of evidence. This is whereby 10 would be at the highest end of less than substantial harm, i.e. close to the threshold of substantial. and one would be a negligible level of harm, where a change for the worse would be barely discernible and close to a neutral effect or harm.
Okay.
So that's just to make it as clear as possible.
Right, so we can find that the text reference for that is paragraph 3.6 of your proof. So that is CD 167. And it's paragraph 3.6, where you tell us this: judgments in relation to less than substantial harm accordingly frequently refer to a sliding scale of harm, identifying whether harm is at the higher, middle, or lower end of such a scale. For the purposes of this report, and in order to articulate as clearly as possible where within the less than substantial harm category I consider impacts would fall, I have applied a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the higher end of less than substantial harm and close to the threshold of substantial, 1 being a negligible level of harm. So that is your attempt, is it, to articulate where in the classification harm would fall?
It is, yes.
Okay. So I want to move on then to the fourth topic. What harm has been identified in relation to the proposed development, and what's the scale of that harm? So you've told us how you do it. What did you find?
So we've looked at this. I think in the first instance, it's very useful to refer to core document 107, figure 2, which is the zone of theoretical visibility.
Okay, so let's turn that up. So CD 107, figure 2. Yep. So that's well, you to explain. Is it a zone of theoretical visibility, ZTV? Do you want to just explain to members of the public what that is?
Yes, so this takes into account landscape artifacts such as trees, woodlands, and building. So this gives us an idea of what the visibility would be, taking into account all of those features, and gives us a view of how visible the proposed development would be, and the proportion of the proposed development that would be seen from the surrounding landscape, including the surrounding designated heritage assets.
In terms of what a ZTV shows, how does that compare with real life? What's it designed to do in terms of buildings and vegetation and so on?
So we have two versions. The figure 1 shows the theoretical visibility without the buildings and without the artifacts and trees and such like. Figure 2 gives us a more realistic approach in terms of what we would actually see on the ground, based on things such as buildings and trees and vegetation that would be in the way and prevent views of the proposed development. Okay,
so interpreting that, what does that, or what did that tell you regarding the degree of visibility from, say, the Great Wymondley Conservation Area?
So I think, as we can all see, if we look at this figure, it's very helpful in demonstrating the extent to which the proposed development would be visible. And we can see that there is very little visibility from Great Wymondley. Crucially, it's not visible from within some of the key identified viewpoints within the conservation character appraisal that Mr. Jackson referred to in his evidence yesterday.
Also interested in the individual assets. So grade 2 star listed St Mary's Church at Little Wymondley, I think. My numbering is that asset 20.
That's asset 22.
Asset 22.
And this helps to explain the approach in terms of why we've selected certain assets in terms of the detailed approach that we've given them in the heritage impact assessment.
Well, go and explain that.
Also in my proof, hopefully you can see from this zone of theoretical visibility that there is some theoretical visibility from within the churchyard at Little Wymondley, hence why that was focused in terms of how the setting of the churchyard might change in relation to the proposed developments.
there's also, I think, Wymondley Priory.
Yes.
I think, is that asset 1?
That's asset 1, and you can see there's a larger designated heritage asset, the designated scheduled monument within it. So you can see there's varied visibility from within the scheduled area.
Mhm.
The priory itself and the buildings themselves do not actually have any predicted visibility with the proposed development,
Mhm.
but some of the land which is associated with the priory to the north and which contains some of the earthworks associated with the priory would have some visibility of the proposed developments.
Okay, there's lots of information on there. The other one probably just to pick up on Gravely. I think that's asset 57.
Yes, and as we can see from that, there's no theoretical visibility. And as I'm sure many of you will know, there is no actual visibility at all from Gravely towards the proposed development site, partly due to the intervening A1M.
Thank you very much. Just a general point in relation to guidance. You can go to the PPG if you want, but I'm not sure we need to. And that's the relative importance or the exclusivity of importance of views of or from an asset. Are there other factors that you look at in relation to potential impacts on significant?
Yes, of course. So views obviously to and from an asset are very important in terms of how we understand their setting. However, the way in which we experience an asset in its setting is influenced by other things. For example, land uses in the vicinity, the historic relationship between places, how buildings that are in close proximity to one another may historically relate to one another. And that is why I think there's been perhaps some questions or interest in terms of why the Gravely Hall farm assets were singled out for assessment.
Mm-hmm.
But when we did our historical research as part of the Heritage Impact Assessment, it became clear that Gravely Hall Farm had a specific historical relationship with some of the land within the site, which was shown on a 1711 historically documented plan, hence why the setting of Gravely Hall is considered to extend to include the site, albeit that it's not visible.
Okay, so just to tie that again into a text reference, could we just go back to the HIA? So that's CD5. And it's internal page 21. So section 6.2 is on setting impacts. Do you have that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 6.2.4. So we've got the ZTVs, and then while site visits have indicated only very limited intervisibility between the proposed development and any designated heritage asset within 2 kilometres, the setting of historic assets are not necessarily limited to visibility. And then you've already referenced the PPG 6.2.5. With that in mind, a more detailed consideration given to the anticipated effects of the proposed developments on the settings of 4 groups of heritage assets. And we're familiar with those, but the Grade 2 listed Gravely Hall Farm and associated structures, the church, St Mary's, the Great Wymondley Conservation Area, and the Schedule Wymondley Priory. I think your proof then, paragraph 1, CD 167. And it's internal page 8. So paragraph 4.11, you start with Gravely Hall Farm, and then you run through the church, the conservation area, the priory, all the way through, I think, to 4.25 on internal page 12.
Yes.
I want to take this in a sort of general point. That results in identification of less than substantial harm to the Gravely Farm assets and to the Great Wymondley Conservation Area. Why is that? given that there is little or no visibility. So what are the factors that went into a finding that there'll be a less than substantial harmful impact on significance in those cases?
So in the case of Gravely Hall Farm, as I've already mentioned, there's a demonstrated and understood historic relationship between the historic land holdings of the farm and the land within the site itself. So that is historically part of the setting of Gravely Hall Farm, albeit that we can't see it now. But as part of that understanding, it's recognised that changing the land use within the site would be a slight reduction in the overall significance of the way we understand those assets. With regards to Great Wymondley Conservation Area, again, visibility is very limited, but the wider area of the land has historically been farmed in association with the village. We've heard from Mr. Jackson's evidence. There's lots of documentary evidence with regards to that. We've also found that in the heritage impact assessment. So our assessment of what the change to setting would be recognises that on some approaches to the conservation area and in the very wider context in which the conservation area is seen, there will be a change in overall land use, which could be seen to slightly reduce the overall significance of the conservation area.
Okay. So in assessing the degree to which the predicted change in setting would impact on the significance of those designated heritage assets, how is that expressed both for the purposes of the Act and then the NPPF for the decision maker in a planning case?
So we look at the degree to which the predicted change in setting would impact on the significance of their designated heritage assets, as I've explained, and then I express my findings firstly in terms of impact on significance and then in terms of harm as required by paragraph 202 of the NPPF, the policy test there.
And I think we can find that transposition into the language of harm in your proof. And it's on internal page 25. And it's paragraphs 9.3 and 9.4. So first of all, impact on significance, expressing your finding in terms of relation or in relation to an impact on significance, and then a transposition into the language of harm.
Yes.
Okay. And you find that there is less than substantial harm identified and that it is at the lower end of that scale. So you have that 1 to 10 scale. Your view is the classification is less than substantial, and within that classification, it's at the lower end.
Yes, that's correct.
Last question. It's not a numbers game, of course, but in terms of congruity with what others have said, so the county archaeologist and historic England, how do you see that? Are you in the same position, or are there differences between you?
And we're very much largely in agreement with the conclusions of both Historic England and North Hertfordshire Council in terms of the less than substantial harm.
Thank you. Now, there is the Historic England letter.
Can I just be clear about the answer to that question? What did you ask Mr. Hardy about Historic England and the county?
I
did.
I did. And if
The answer was to do with Historic England and the district.
Yes, district, exactly. No, it's NHC I'm interested in. It was my mistake.
So you intended to ask about the district?
Yes, I did.
Because wasn't the county involved in the consultation?
The county archaeologist didn't respond with regards to setting. He just responded with regards to
Archaeology.
Yes.
archaeology.
Okay.
That's where the yes, it is. That's right. And
I just want to make sure the answer and the question are consistent.
yes, and because these are in relation to harm and what consultation responses which we receive. So let me rephrase that. Conclusions then of Historic England and NHC. So I want to
Yes.
ask about the degree of comparability. We have the Historic England consultation response that is at CD 35A. We've looked at that with Mr. Jackson. Perhaps don't need to go there. So the degree of similarity in view is what? How would you describe that?
I would say we are largely in agreement.
Okay. That's all I really want to ask. There's just one sweeping up question, and it's this, that from Mr. Jackson concerns all of this academic knowledge and and interest in the suggestion that you haven't been thorough, that you haven't done a comprehensive job, and that you synthesized to a point where the archaeological and listed heritage of the area has been missed. So how do you respond to that in general terms?
I would maintain that our assessment was very thorough and was proportionate and focused on the proposed development site itself. I don't deny that Great Wymondley is incredibly interesting from a historic point of view, but the proposed development is outside of Little Wymondley, Great Wymondley, sorry, and accordingly, we focused our research and assessment on the proposed development site itself and undertook that in a proportionate manner and in accordance with national and local guidance.
Good. Right. That's all I want to ask you. Is there anything else you want to deal with in your evidence in chief?
I think that's everything I would like to cover.
Good.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harding, you get an opportunity for questions to Ms. Roy. Can you just give me an indication of whether you're likely to have many intakes and how much time you think you might take?
I don't know. It depends on the answers.
Well,
But,
it always does. I think
I
the estimate you've given
this
in-
witness answers a little quicker than Mr. Jackson, so we may be out sooner.
Right. I think the original estimate.
20 minutes, maybe.
Oh, right.
Is that right or not? Do you think less?
No, if it's 20 minutes, I'm happy to carry on now.
Okay.
And get it.
I think, yeah, we'll see how we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. So we'll make a start. And I think you'll be pleased to know that I'm not going to question in any way your professional capabilities, qualifications, and past experience. So and it's good to have you on the case. Obviously, the geophysical surveys have discovered some very interesting features, some of which I think were suspected and believed to be there, but this has brought them more visibly. Looking at site number 1 to start with, which is quite a distinct shapes and everything.
Harding, just I think you're going to plans. Just tell us which document you want us to be looking at. Or which one you're in.
I am not. I'm going off notes. I'm going off notes I've taken.
I think we need a.
But I'm going to broadly refer to this. Where is it? These on the start on archaeology, and I'm going to be referring to the site plans that have got the no dig areas and the trenches.
So is that
I think, is it CD30?
CD30. Yeah.
figure 2,
Yeah.
the trench plan?
Yeah.
Which has
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
archaeologically
Which is-
sensitive areas on it as
That rings a
well.
bell.
That's got everything on it. It's got the
Yeah.
no dig areas, the shapes
Right.
of the findings and everything. So I
Let's
think,
just still get that up there.
yeah, that's the one to focus on. So
Hang on, Mr. Harding.
Yeah.
Let me just find it. Nearly there. Okay.
So given your professional background, does a finding like that excite you? I mean, we're talking very academically and theoretically about solar one, but actually, is that a really interesting find?
It is, yes.
Yeah. And what would you like to do with it, ideally?
Well, I think, as I've already said in my evidence, and one of the things that from a heritage perspective, when we find something that's really exciting like this and potentially of high potential, the planning presumption is the presumption of preservation in situ. And from a personal and professional point of view as well, that's something that I would also advocate, because with archaeology, things are always changing. We're always getting better. We always understand things better. So to be able to remove something from active agricultural use where it may be being eroded by plough damage, and to protect it for future generations is, from my professional point of view, the best treatment of that site.
Okay, you would like to dig it and get your trowel out with Mr. Jackson.
Well, I think we should protect it, which means not digging it.
Well, okay, but you don't develop knowledge without doing a bit of digging. Okay, all right. So we've certainly found something there that's interesting. If I learned one thing yesterday in what was about ladder settlements, I think we all did. And site 2, is that really probably effectively a ladder settlement? Would you say?
The evidence looks very much like it is, yes. And I think the geophysical survey report interprets it as a probable ladder settlement.
Yeah.
Although I should clarify with that the feature is quite complex, so it's probably multi-phase in date, that there might be later or earlier features incorporated within that.
Yeah. So I think that would you agree that what we've found here, I mean, it is I know it's not the whole of the site by any means, but it's quite extensive. It does demonstrate that Wymondley, the Great Wymondley, did look east from its core towards the Great North Road, and that was very much the setting and the development of the village in prehistoric times, or middle time.
I think that's quite
times.
difficult to say, because there are other known heritage assets in other directions from the village.
Yeah.
So that I think, and in terms of defining which way a settlement would look at any given period in time is quite a difficult thing to do, because I think we have multi-period features within the sites. But I think we can, I mean, they're very important features and very interesting features and very close to the village.
Yeah. Okay. So just on to the accuracy then. Now, Mr. Hardy took you through a number of the points I was going to raise on the geophysics.
Yeah.
And I'm just in simple terms, I mean, you're giving it a bit of leeway either way, but there are a number of different survey methods, I believe.
There are, that's correct.
And I mean, is this one reasonably accurate? Do you what degree of faith can you have in the results that you've got here?
So the accuracy of it and the effectiveness of the geophysical survey changes according to the geology of the site and the specifics of any site that you're on.
Yeah.
What's gives me a lot of confidence in terms of this site is how very well those features have shown up in this particular survey. It has been very effective. They've produced very detailed results, which gives me quite a lot of confidence in terms of those areas where no features have turned up, that it seems highly unlikely that there are. It doesn't mean that there's nothing there at all, but that there's going to be things of equal significance that we've not picked up by this particular method, which is very good at getting subtle variations in the soil magnetic field, which gives us indications of disturbance.
Yeah. I know from looking at other documents, and I don't know which they are now, but there is differences in soil. I mean, we've got grade 2 and grade 3A soil, for example, and there are different geological substratas and all sorts of things in here. Does that have then an impact on what it may be picking up and the accuracy of it, or?
It can do. I don't think it specifically does on this site. So as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Kate Armstrong, who was the author of the reports, both her and myself have a real interest in geoarchaeology and a background in geoarchaeology.
Yeah.
And we've both undertaken quite a lot of research in terms of the effectiveness of geophysics across different types of site. And this is a site where we think it's highly unlikely that the geological and the changes in natural background of soil have affected the results.
Yeah. Okay. And there's a system, and I'd profess the Rochdale envelope approach or something like that. Now, is that something you could or should have used, or why you've used a particular sort of route of research here, of investigation? Is that
sorry.
Yeah.
Well, the research we've undertaken and the way we've tailored our research has been specific to this site and the specifics of the site and the results that we've got.
Okay. So if I now just move to these the off the no dig areas to the trenches. I mean, there are a lot of trenches
Yes.
here. And what size are each of the trenches that you're proposing?
Let me just double check to make sure I don't tell you it wrong. So they'll each be 50 meters long by 1.8 meters wide,
Right. And to a depth?
to a depth of, in my head, it's 1.5 meters, because I think that would be the
Depth of the
to the
posts.
maximum extent of the
Yeah.
post, so that
Yeah.
we don't
Yeah.
go any deeper than the
Yeah.
disturbance.
So 50 meters, did you say by 8.1?
So 50 meters long by 1.8
So-
wide.
I don't know, we're around 1.8 wide, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And 1.5 deep.
And is there about do we think about 150 of them or something on
201.
201? Okay. So have you done a trial trench investigation before of that sort of scale of number and size of trench? I mean, it's a huge amount of earth being
It's
moved.
a large amount of trenching, but AOC quite regularly undertake such large scale jobs. Yes.
Okay. I mean, being very quick with my endeavours with my maths, we're talking about 25,000 square meters of earth to be moved, which would be about, if you put it all in 10-ton lorries to take it away, which you're not going to, I hasten to add, it would be about 3,000. Just give an indication of the huge scale of the amount of earth you're going to move. We're talking archaeology and heritage here, not agricultural and ecology, but we've got a concern about the post going through and the future soil. This is actually going to make a huge mess of the ground, isn't it? Because the soil will not go back in the same stratas as it came out, unless there's some incredibly fortunate way of doing it. So it is I understand why you're doing it, but it is a very significant disturbance of this land. And through land drains, it'll go through and all sorts of things. And it's so much earth. Do you really think there will be the team big enough to sift it all and review and decide what there is in there? I mean,
In terms of team and staff, I mean, AOC, we have a very, it's not definite that AOC would necessarily do the work, but as an archaeologically professional organisation, and there are tens of them across the country with large numbers of experienced archaeologists who are used to doing this and very adept at recognising archaeological features, recording them. And of course, if we found something significant, the strategy would change. There's provision for that within the written scheme of investigation.
Yeah. So potentially there could be more no dig areas if other things were found.
If other things were found,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Is the process of putting the solar panels on these concrete plinths, is that a lot more expensive or difficult than piling them?
I'm not an expert in the cost
No.
of different.
I mean, it
solar-
just strikes me at a simplistic level to think, well, why don't you just put the whole lot on plinths? But maybe someone else might like to answer that during the course of the inquiry, because it would solve a lot of problems always round, wouldn't it?
I genuinely can't give you an answer in terms of.
Okay, no, fair enough. So I think we've, I mean, as we've said, the main point of Mr. Jackson's questioning was the importance of the setting.
Yes.
and the importance of the surrounding area. And I mean, I don't know whether you're a fan of Michael Wood or not, but would you agree with what he says, that the finds in Great Wymondley open up one of the most intriguing and difficult questions, perhaps the single most important question in British history? How much of the Celtic and Roman past went into the Anglo-Saxon culture and identity? I mean, that's a big statement from someone who's well respected. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I would
Yeah.
agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. So you probably understand why there is a lot of concern about the damage to the setting, the damage to the potential archaeology.
I can
Yeah.
understand it. Yes.
Yes.
But
Good. Thank you. So just one or two last ones then on the. So you said that strategy will change if you find something. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on exactly what will happen with the strategy when, let's say, you do have some finds? I'm sure you will have some finds in all of those holes.
So that, yes, this is a standard archaeological practice. So when undertaking an archaeological evaluation, if we find archaeology that's of significance, typically it tends to be something that would take more than an hour, for example, to deal with. It's something that's a bit more complex. We would discuss with the historic environment advisor for the council and agree a way forward, either in terms of perhaps expanding the specific evaluation trench to better understand, perhaps undertaking a more large scale excavation, or if it was something particularly significant, looking at preservation in situ.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Shall we move on? I've still got time. Shall we move on to the heritage assets? And I think Mr. Hardy took you through the explanations as to why you grouped them as you did.
Yeah.
And I think I was just trying to really understand why there was those concerns. And I think the issue really is, if you look at the conservation area now, do you consider that that all the assets in the conservation area you're effectively sort of treating with the same brush, really, in terms of your level of significance? Do you feel that is right and proper and fair, or should they have a more broken down investigation and result?
I think within my proof, I've discussed some of the individual assets within the conservation area and looked at what about those assets gives them their significance. And then overall, it's in terms of, I didn't think in this particular instance, given the limited visibility, it would be helpful to individually discuss how the setting of each of the assets contributes to its significance. And that in this instance, it would be more helpful to understand in terms of the village as a whole, the conservation area as a whole, and how the overall setting of the conservation area contributes to its significance and the listed buildings within it.
Yeah. Now, you have answered the question before, but that visibility is not all.
No.
But I do sense that in your assessments, visibility is a major factor.
It is a major factor,
Yeah.
yes, because I think it's quite a big part of setting in terms of how something sits within a landscape, what the views to and from an asset are, and how we understand them within a landscape, and how much can be seen from somewhere does contribute quite a lot to understanding its setting. But as you say, it's not everything.
Yeah. I think, and this may well not be the methodology of the MPBF or anything else, but you're looking very much at the static asset rather than the people using it, and thinking about the entry to the historic village and the conservation area. And you've got two directions of entry that will be significantly altered by the proposal, and you've got the key exits by people on foot and other means diminished onto the Hertfordshire Way and across to Little Wymley. Do you view them as having the people interface with their homes and their assets as being an effective part of what you should be considering?
It's something we do consider, and I think within my proof I've discussed how the visibility will change on the way into the conservation area, how there will be some visibility on some of the routes into and out of the conservation area, and the way we experience a heritage asset and its setting is part of how we consider it.
Yeah. I think in a sense the definitions don't help it. The three main views that are expressed are all inward looking towards Delamed, towards the church, towards the Motte and Bailey, but of course actually we think of it as looking outward, and I think that is where there is a difference in opinion maybe between the academic and the practical that we need to be aware of and think about. Your scale and the low end of not too significant. I think the way we think about this really is if you've got less than significant and you have got a scale of 1 to 10 as you've done that, you've then got significant, and if you give that a scale of 1 to 10, and you would have high significance. Is that right? There's 3 levels.
No, it's just substantial
yes.
or less than substantial.
Substantial, less substantial. Okay. So you've got basically a scale of 1 to 20. And I know within your less than substantial, you've got 10, but the total would be 20, if you like. Is it really honestly fair to see some of those assets that only literally 1 or 2 on that scale when there is visibility, the conservation area as a whole? Do you feel the conservation area as a whole is greater than its parts, or how do you view that?
Well, I've looked at it in terms of how much of the significance of the individual heritage assets within it, and then the conservation area as a whole, how much is derived from the setting, and then specifically how much of significance is derived from its setting in relation to the proposed development site. And then from that looked at how much does that change of land use within the proposed development result in a change to the significance of those assets. So both on looking at an individual scale and then the conservation area as a whole.
Yeah. And that broadly gave you the same result.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Let me just check any last points. I think I think that covers it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'll stop at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. I'm going to take the lunch adjournment now, but I will have some questions for you, Ms. Roy, afterwards. So please remember the usual convention. No discussion with your colleagues during the lunch adjournment.
Yes.
Is it because I'm? Let me take some.
Yes, I'm sorry, can have lunch on her own. She's well experienced in these matters.
Just before we do adjourn, Mr. Greaves, then I wanted to mention something about a document I'd asked for.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. We do have the documents. Would you like them in hard copy or PDF sent to the case officer?
Yeah, that can simply be sent to the case officer for the notification.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Greaves. Was that it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can you just make sure that's copied to the main party so that everybody knows what's going in, and it will, and because it's coming in at this stage, it will need to be given a core document number as part of the inquiry documents. Thank you. Right, 1:10. We'll adjourn for lunch now. I'm back here, please, at 2:10. think we're all here and it is 2:10, so we'll resume. So Roy, just a few questions from myself for you, please. Could we go first of all to core document 30, the WSI, the written scheme of investigation? And when you're there, I want to go to figure 2, which shows indicates the extent of trenching. Why is there such an extensive area of trenches proposed in connection with this proposal?
So this is to account for potential uncertainty in terms of archaeological remains that may survive within the site, to account for the overall impact of the proposal in the outside of the NODEG areas. So the 3% sample that is proposed is relatively standard for an archaeological sample of a site of this size. And I understand, I didn't write the written scheme of investigation myself, but it was agreed with Daniel Phillips, the Historic
Yes.
Environment Advisor.
But although it may be standard, it extends across the whole of the site, doesn't it?
Outside of the areas
no-
of,
no
archaeological
gaps.
sensitivity, yes. So the principle behind it is to better understand the archaeological potential across the whole of the site.
Right. And is that consistent with the references, I think it's in the Heritage Impact Assessment, to the likelihood of finds relating to the later prehistoric, Roman and medieval periods?
Yes, with the caveat that some of that potential that was identified in the Heritage Impact Assessment has subsequently, some of that later prehistoric and medieval potential is within those areas of archaeological sensitivity identified by the Geophysical Survey.
Yes, but it's not. But I don't think the Heritage Impact Assessment constricts the areas.
No, it doesn't. And it's just, obviously, the Heritage Impact Assessment was prepared before we had the results of the Geophysical Survey. So it was just to
Yes.
caveat it in that sense.
Okay. So is it right to say then that the Heritage Impact Assessment and the answer you've given regarding the extent of the trenching both consider the potential likelihood of archaeological remains across the whole of the site?
Yes.
And could we go next to see document which I think you were taken to this morning by Mr. Hardy's core document 32, which I think is the survey report. And it's the actual report itself rather than any of the tables. So I think it's the first part. Page 14, paragraph 7.8. And the first bullet point in 7.8, it refers to this, what the survey succeeded in doing, but there appears to be a caveat there too about the possibility of additional finds.
Yes, it's the very nature of geophysical survey and archaeology in that we cannot be certain on the results of a geophysical survey alone.
Well, is it not a bit more than that, in that it refers to the particular type of survey that's been done, that some remains may simply not be suitable for finding through the survey that was undertaken?
That is true. I would caveat that, however, with my earlier statement that it is unlikely that very significant remains have not been detected through the magnetometry survey.
what 7.8 says, that remains may be present that are not suitable for detection through magnetometry.
Yes, because magnetometry does not necessarily identify very discrete, subtle
Yes.
remains. Hence the need for the trial trenching.
Given the range of caveats in different documents, and indeed, I think your own comments, is this a site where there perhaps should be a comprehensive no-dig approach?
I don't think so, because of my previous comment with regards to the confidence that we have in the geophysical survey results, in terms of that we think it's unlikely that significant remains similar to those that we found with the geophysical survey will extend beyond those archaeologically sensitive areas, albeit that there may be smaller and more discrete and perhaps less important remains within there that would nevertheless be worthy of some investigation.
Does the fact that they're smaller, more discreet, mean that they're less important?
Not necessarily, but again, just to reiterate that I don't, on the basis of the results we have, we wouldn't think that they would be as extensive as what we've picked up with the existing geophysical survey. But the reason for the trial trenching is to account for that uncertainty.
Okay. Perhaps come back to trial trenching in a moment, just staying with the areas of no dig.
Yeah.
Where no dig was put into place, is there any possibility that that could adversely impact what's under the ground? And bearing in mind what Mr. Jackson said on that subject earlier today.
In terms of compression,
I think that was what he used. Yeah.
as far as I'm aware, there have been no studies on it, so I cannot say, I don't have evidence to support that. My understanding in terms of the nature of the panels is that they would probably spread the weight. I wouldn't expect them to be hugely damaging subsurface remains. But I don't have a study or evidence to support that. I'm not aware of any studies that have been done on solar sites in terms of compression.
Just want to go back to the ZD30, the scheme again, and figure 2. And just pick up on a point, I think it's something Mr. Jackson said when he was giving evidence in chief. I think he'd used information from figure 2 in one of his PowerPoint slides. And figure 2 identifies the 3 suggested no-dig areas.
Yes.
But what you've also got on figure 2, to the north of Gravelly Lane on the east side of the site, is another feature which I think Mr. Jackson had included that because he'd identified 4 areas of potential concern. Now, can you tell us anything about that from your knowledge of the survey?
So my understanding from the survey is that these areas, these grey areas, other features from geophysical survey, is that these largely relate to former field boundaries and possible areas of previous cultivation. So they're anomalies that have been picked up by the survey, but that don't have a distinctive shape or characteristic that could be given anything other than perhaps a past land use. So we don't have that distinctive shape that would indicate that they are a specific feature from a specific date.
Right. If they relate to features such as former field boundaries, does that mean that the are unlikely to have any archaeological significance, or that they could have?
They may have some. It's unlikely. We understand quite well from the LiDAR data and from historic mapping evidence what the extent of former field boundaries were, at least in the post-medieval period, which is probably what these would be most likely to be representative of. So we already understand their significance quite well. It's unlikely that buried remains of field boundaries don't tend to add a huge amount extra to our knowledge of field boundaries.
Turning then to the trenches that are the trial trenches that are proposed elsewhere. This morning you gave us the intended size of those trenches.
Yes, which
that I mentioned, which I think are in your.
Yes, I need to correct because I said 1.5 meters and I noticed at lunchtime the WSI says 1.2 in depth.
Yeah, there's a reference to that, isn't there? Can we just check that, please?
So it's section 8.7.
Yes.
It says trenches will be machined to a maximum safe depth of 1.2 meters to allow access for hand excavation and recording.
Yeah.
So it may be that it's excavated slightly more than that, but that's the machine depth, just to be clear.
And when the work on the trenches is undertaken, is there a risk that that work itself could cause damage to archaeological remains?
Yes, in that all archaeology, once you undertake archaeological excavation, you are removing the archaeological deposits from their place within the soil. Therefore, we have it becomes a preservation by record rather than preservation in situ. The nature of the archaeological evaluation is such, however, and the way that it is proposed within the written scheme of investigation is that if anything significant is uncovered, excavation would stop at that moment and it's to allow for us to preserve in situ something that perhaps was significant, or to excavate it if that was the preferred approach.
But if the work is being done by machine, which I think is the understanding from what the WSI says, could that work itself cause damage?
It could. It's unlikely. I mean, the machine is controlled by an archaeologist in terms of the archaeologist controls how deep the machine moves, where the machine moves.
Right.
So we'll stop the machine as soon as any potential archaeological horizon is reached.
And then if items are found, I just wanted to check what in paragraph 8.3 of CD 30, where it
Yes.
talks about recording and sample excavating. So
yes.
if items are encountered,
Yes.
are they then removed?
Yes. So that would be in agreement with the historic environment advisor.
So anything found within any of the trenches would come out of the ground?
Not necessarily. So it depends on when we find something, we would stop,
Yes.
discuss it. The historic environment advisor would come out to site. We would discuss together on site and decide whether the option would be to preserve in situ,
Right.
to excavate fully, or to carry it, so there's some, those are the two options essentially.
Yeah, leaving the ground.
Leaving the ground
or take
to
out.
excavate, and sample.
And then I just want to go to your proof. On page 8, and it's paragraph 4.9, and it's the 4 groups of heritage assets that we've talked about. I just want to look at this in connection with the heritage impact assessments and the plan at it's either figure 2 or figure 3. Let me just. I think figure 3 is probably the best one for my purpose of my question. I just want to be entirely clear what it is that you're looking at. I think I am in terms of the second bullet point, that's simply the church.
Yes,
And the third bullet point is clearly the conservation area and everything within it, by the way you've written that bullet point.
yes,
In terms of the first one, Gravely Hall Farm, which is in the northeast of the conservation area,
yes.
you don't include asset number 7, which I think is the church. Now, was the church, does that have no association with the Gravely Hall Farm?
Not with specifics with regards to the land holding as far as I am aware. So Gravely Hall Farm had this specific relationship in terms
Yes.
of land holding and farming and agricultural history.
So you have drawn the deliberate distinction between the church and the other assets in that vicinity.
Yes, yes, purely on the basis of the documentary evidence and the distinct agricultural function of the farm and its connection to the land within the site.
Okay, thanks. And the other one I wanted to check was was asset number 1,
Yes,
which is the priory,
yes,
which we see on the east side of Priory Lane. Now, looking again at figure 3, are you including everything that's shown within the area of the scheduled monuments
yes.
together with 69?
I'm not sure that we included 69 because it's beyond the scheduled area. But we did include 77,
Because
the
that's
conduit head, because
the
it's
conduit
part
head,
of
yes,
the
yeah.
scheduled monument and associated with it.
So right, so it's everything within the boundary of the monument plus 77.
Yes.
And are you sure about 69, whether you're
I'll-
taking it into account? I
Let
would
me
like
just
to know.
double check, because I wouldn't like to say. No, site 69 is Dove Cottage, and we didn't take that into account as part of the setting of the priory.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hardy, do you want to come back?
No, I've got no re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Ryan. Mr. Harding, it's your next witness, which I think is Mrs. Simpson.
Excellent, thank you. Well, Ranger.
Hardy, do you want this folder back now? I think it was given lent for a specific purpose, so somebody can retrieve that at some time.
So Mrs. Simpson is going to introduce herself, but she's speaking on community harm on behalf of the Joint Objectors Group. And I'll pass straight over to her.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Harding. Mrs. Simpson, I've got your statement, which is commendably brief and concise. Can I just, an unusual question, but bearing in mind what you say right at the start, do you want to be referred to as Mrs. Simpson?
Yeah.
Because you've given me two names.
It's very confusing to me also. I have my first name, my maiden name, and can you hear me, by the way?
Can you hear me now? Yes, I have two. I have a professional name, my maiden name, and my Great Wymondley name is most definitely Simpson.
So for the purposes of the inquiry, you're Mrs. Simpson.
Thank you. Yes.
Right, before we carry on, I do want to check something that from this morning, which was the pack of slides which Mr. Harding referred to, and I think that was made available to Mr. Hardy and Ms. Daly. I just wondered if they had any comments on Mrs. Simpson talking to that.
I suspect it'll be a similar response to yesterday. I mean, it is wildly inaccurate in our view in relation to depiction of the what's proposed. I repeat my point about, I think it's unfortunate that when things are seen in unnatural colours, it's difficult to unsee them. And I think that is a point. However, this is going to no doubt come in. So I have no objection to it, but I do feel it's necessary to raise those caveats.
Right, yes, I understand you have reservations, Mr. Hardy. Let me hear from Ms. Daly.
I don't have anything further to add other than to echo Mr. Hardy's perspective.
Okay. Simpson, how many slides are we talking about?
I believe there's 19, 18. I mean, most are images. They're simply to provide colour to the statement that's already been provided.
Okay. Well, I note Mr. Hardy's reservations echoed by Ms. Daly, also no objection. But what I would be, I will accept the documents and we will see it. But what I would ask you to do, I am concerned about accuracy throughout this inquiry. So if there are particular points, similar to the point you made yesterday, I think about the eastern boundary by the motorway, Mr. Hardy, I do want my attention to be drawn to those.
And a simple point is that solar farm doesn't look like that.
I apologise for my poor graphics skills.
Okay.
I would say it's a great deal uglier. I would say actually I've made it a little more attractive than it might appear, but we'll come on to that.
Right, has it been set up to be shown? Before you start showing it, what was the intention, Mr. Simpson, to talk to the written statement first and then to go through the slides?
The slides is the story of the written statement, so it's simply to provide a structure
So is it best just to go through the slides?
Yes, if possible. Thank you very much.
Right, and is there a copy? Clearly, Ms. Daly, Mr. Hardy have a copy for reference. Is there a copy for me?
Of course, yes.
I didn't take it because it hadn't been accepted at that stage.
I presume it's not possible to put on the screen, no?
Yes, it's coming on the screen.
Many thanks. I will do. Thank you.
Right, do you want to start, Mrs. Simpson, please?
Thank you very much. So yes, as you know, I'm here to represent the interests, the views and the concerns of the local community, many of whom are here today, but the majority of whom work, as you might expect, and will be dotting in and out throughout the week. And perhaps if we could go to the next slide, please. So I just want to provide a little bit of context on who I am and why I'm here. Obviously, we've heard this morning, we will do throughout the course of the proceedings during the next week or two, hear a lot from experienced experts, credentialed experts in their respective fields. Agriculture, heritage, as we've heard today, naturalists, transport, flood risk, planning. And I'm sure that they're very, very good in all of their fields, I have no doubt. I just think we need to be very, very clear that these individuals do not live in this area. They will not be personally affected by the development. And of course, many of them have been paid for their opinions by the applicant. And I think it's worth also noticing the very different resources at play between the applicant here and the villagers that I seek to represent today. Most obviously in resources, the sheer scale of the investment that can be made in incredibly credentialed lawyers who know this sector in and out and have represented it. Lawyers from the north of England, no least Leeds, Sheffield, not from this area, not from Hertfordshire, not familiar with this area in any way. Indeed, the boxes next to me speak to the investment that has been made in these skills. We have boxes and boxes that I saw unpiled from a car today with a trolley with junior staff members fishing out the right file at the right time. Resources that I can only contrast with poor Paul, whose kitchen table only needs to be seen to be believed. It is laden with piles and piles of paperwork, with post-it notes. His front door is open so that anyone within our village is able to come in, help themselves to those documents as and when, but obviously with no legal experience, with no background in any of these fields, as Mr. Hardy demonstrated when cross-examining David this morning. These are residents who simply love their community and the setting of that community, who are doing the very best they can. And Paul himself, I would like to pay credit to on behalf of all the people within our village for the huge amount of time and energy and emotion that he has given this protest. And he does this as a retired father, grandfather, and indeed a full-time carer also for his severely physically disabled wife. So I would like, on behalf of my community, to offer him his thanks, and indeed for those other members of our community who have got very, very involved in this process. We are a small, close-knit community of neighbours. We are the retired, the tired, if I speak for myself, full-time working parents like me who are bringing up children in a cost of living crisis. We are people who have lived in and invested our money, our time and our love in this community, many of whom for a number of decades now. People do not leave Great Wymondley. They typically die where they bought their homes, and many of them indeed are in our churchyard. And I, for one, never intended to leave this village. This is very much my forever home. I want to tell you a little bit more about me personally and the different hats that I wear. First and foremost, I'm a tech entrepreneur. I have been for the last 20 years building fast growth technology businesses. I'm a fierce advocate for UK innovation, in particular for getting more women into tech and entrepreneurship, for which I was awarded an MBE. I speak at conferences and I've represented British technology abroad. Indeed, I went to China with the Prime Minister on a trade mission a couple of years back. And I also mentor a lot of early stage entrepreneurs. So I know a fair amount about innovation within climate tech. And I speak for myself purely, but I harbour serious personal reservations where solar is concerned. It is very, very fashionable, of course, but primarily driven by politics and net zero policies. I'm very much tuned into the views of experts in this space who authoritatively speak to how this tech is highly likely to be superseded within a decade and simply is not sustainable financially post the point at which the financial incentives may well be removed. I'm not an expert on this, so I can't be drawn on it. I do, however, tune into experts on this including a number of economists whose views on the sustainability of the tech I do listen to. And in particular, the volume of solar panel waste, which will destroy the economics even with the subsidies. By 2035, it is said that discarded panels will outweigh new units sold by 2.56 times, which will catapult the cost of this energy to 4 times the current projection. And the recycling of it is a crisis waiting to happen. While panels contain small amounts of valuable materials such as silver, they are mostly made of glass, an extremely low value material. As a result, it can cost 10 to 30 times more to recycle than to send panels to landfill. And the sheer quantity of the hazardous waste will far exceed the waste produced by all other electronics and technology products. I say this, and I'm sure that, you know, it will be drawn to the inspector's attention that I'm not qualified in this area, and I will hold my hands up to that. But it breaks my heart that there is even the slightest potential that will have to submit to a project with a 40-year lifetime when all the signals suggest that this tech will be redundant within 15 to 20, and that there are indeed winds of change now around other technologies, fracking now coming back to the fore, a much more efficient energy source, and of course nuclear, which is also the winds are changing. In a second capacity, I am currently the Chief Marketing Officer of a health technology business. It is called Sweatcoin. It's one that was established to get people moving more in the age of an epidemic of immobility and huge health conditions as a result of the fact that we are much less mobile now as populations. And I'll come on to discuss this when I'm thinking about the health, both the physical and mental health of our own community. In my third capacity, I'm an Equalities and Human Rights Commissioner. So I'm on the board of the Regulator for the Equalities Act in the UK. I mention this only so much as to say that, you know, I'm very tuned in to the issues of inequality, social injustice, and ESG. And I work alongside many in government, albeit national, not local. And I understand the societal and political pressures that drive certain narratives within society. Next slide, please. But above all of that, I'm a Great Wymondley resident. If you see the X on here, this is my house. One of perhaps the closest, I believe, to where the proposed development will be. I'm the exhausted mother of 3 children. So alongside all those other professional interests, I have 3 children aged 6, 8, and 10. We've lived in Great Wymondley since the second was born, so 8 years now. And of course, in that role, I have a number of different hats. I'm taxi driver, I'm chef, I'm social secretary, I'm lost property locator, I'm nurse, I'm homework invigilator, and of course, the laundry woman. I'll be perfectly frank and say that I was dragged up to this part of the world kicking and screaming by my husband, who was working in Stevenage at the time, a London dweller throughout my 20s. But I have truly fallen in love with this part of the country. We've chosen to invest in Great Wymondley in our forever home and to build strong friends within the community. We were attracted not just to our property, which is grade 2 listed and will, certainly during winter, look at the solar farm from our bedroom windows, but its beautiful rural setting, the most beautiful setting within which to bring up 3 children, to invite friends to invite families to enjoy into old age. We've invested heavily of our own finances and our time in all aspects of our home and our community. Our children were christened in the church. It's so much our forever home that I intend to be buried in its churchyard. Next slide, please. So I mentioned my day job with Sweatcoin. As such, I am hugely tapped into the immense physical and mental health benefits of exercise. You'll be familiar with these, I won't labor the points, but the benefits for heart, bodies, and minds, of preventing and managing preventable diseases such as cardiovascular disease, cancer, and diabetes, the biggest killers within this country. The effect on depression and anxiety, on enhancing our thinking, our learning, our judgment skills, and the healthy growth and development in young people, our general well-being. 1 in 4 adults do not reach the recommended levels of physical activity. 80% of the world's teenage population is insufficiently active. Obesity, which should be preventable, is now responsible for 5% of all deaths worldwide. And if its prevalence continues, almost half of the world's adult population will be overweight or obese by 2030, a McKinsey statistic. In the UK, 10% of the NHS's entire budget is spent on treating complications from diabetes, a preventable disease. And more than 2.1 billion people, 30% of the global population, are overweight or obese. That is nearly 2.5 times those that are malnourished. Again, McKinsey. Next slide, please. But in particular, lack of exercise is an issue, but it's the outdoor benefits that are especially important, and particularly so for mental health. The fresh air, the sounds, and of course, the sights, the vistas, they are all part of this. Reduce stress, more creativity, being more present in the moment in a world that seems to be crumbling around our shoulders, improving our moods, and of course, improving our physical health. Next slide, please. These were just taken in the space of half an hour last weekend, for which I take responsibility for the late delivery of some of these images. The paths were teeming. Of course, we were blessed with beautiful weather that weekend, but this area is incredibly well used, and it is an area of natural beauty. It is used both by our community, but it's important to make the point it's used by many thousands of people from outside it. Dog walkers.
Mrs. Simpson, when you're going through actual photographs, what I'd like to know is where, if you can tell me whereabouts they're taken from, so I can identify them on the location plan.
Right. Okay. They're Hertfordshire Way, the top 3. In fact, they're all Hertfordshire Way.
Right. So the top 4, they're all in the same general area.
They are, yes.
Right, the Hertfordshire
So
Way.
we went on this one. We went from Great Wymondley up the path on the that goes perpendicular and up the side of the solar farm. Indeed, the photos that I'll come on to show you, that's why I've demonstrated exactly where they are.
Right. So, as I understand it, the North Hertfordshire Way runs along the northern boundary of the application site.
Okay, so this is perpendicular to the northern boundary. Some of these, the ones at the...
So the ones when I can see somebody running, somebody on a bike, and one with a dog, are they on that northern boundary? Are they on the Hertfordshire Way?
The 2 runners are on the northern boundary, as is the cyclist. The dog is walking along the road that cuts up from the Willian Road up to the Hertfordshire Way.
Right, but in that photo with the dog, we're not seeing the site. It's the other 3.
The site is on the right on that photograph. So that is where the fence will be.
Don't agree with the factual accuracy of that.
Okay,
but
right. Noted, Mr. Hardy.
Okay.
And then we've got another photograph below.
The next images will make it clear. So let me just finish where I was.
Yes.
On the usage of the Hertfordshire Way and the roads from Great Wymondley to the Hertfordshire Way. They team with dog walkers. They team with cyclists. Indeed, my children learn to ride their bikes on these paths. As you'll see when you visit the village inspector, we don't have usable pavements for the purposes of children cycling within our village. They are extensively used by joggers, and this is not just local joggers like myself, but the Hitchin Running Club, the Letchworth Running Club, Stevenage as well. Families with young children, they're actually covered in something called geocaches, which you may or may not be familiar with, which is a fabulous grassroots people-powered initiative designed to get children outdoors, where small sort of little time capsules are hidden in hedgerows with their map dimensions put within an app to enable families and young children to go treasure hunting within the area. They're very environmentally friendly. They have little notes within. And there are around 20 around the solar farm site. We know this well because we spent a lot of time during COVID searching for all 20 of those geocaches. The Scouts, the Cubs and the Rainbows from the nearby Wymondley Scout Hut are frequently out using these paths, and indeed throughout summer, Duke of Edinburgh award schemes are also always using these paths. We often see lost teenagers with huge rucksacks hovering around the junctions in the village for 3 months of the year. So of course, it's very actively used by residents, but it is a site that people will come to visit as well, perhaps combining with a pub or walking around from the Letchworth area. And indeed, I would make the point that during COVID, it was a lifeline for all of us within the community to get out on those paths 2-3 days daily in order to exercise and stretch our legs for both our physical and mental health. So I'll come on just to show a couple of images that are of the area. So sorry, next slide. So this, we have walked through the recreational ground and we're cutting across the next field in order to make our way up. If you can go to the next slide, that demonstrates where the solar farm will start across the middle of that field. So the road is behind me, the Hertfordshire Way, and the proposed development is ahead of me. Next slide, please. We've now turned right and are walking perpendicular down the side there. So what you can see here, indeed one of the pictures with the dog was of this path. The next slide, it shows where the solar farm will start. So across the middle of that field where it reaches the tree line on the other side. And we're still only around 70 metres from the recreational ground. The next slide. This is further up the path now, and it's just where the solar farm starts. So that view off to the right is the one that will now be covered off with panels, not red panels, but I would suggest a lot uglier than my rudimentary graphics are demonstrating as indicative of where it will start. Next slide, please. This is us looking at the site. Next slide, please. So you can see the view there that was obscured, entirely obscured. The next slide is of the Hertfordshire Way itself. So the left-hand field will remain. That is where the Hertfordshire Way hits. And then the next slide, please, demonstrates where the pathway will be, the fencing, the CCTV. Next slide, please. I also wanted to make the point, because I'm aware that this appeal is happening at this time of year, a very green and lush time of year. But of course, the seasons change, and indeed that is part of the appeal of this area, being able to enjoy the changing seasons with the space and the landscape that we have around us. The fields when snowy are absolutely beautiful, as I'm sure you can see. The view here is from my bedroom window, looking out across to where the solar farm will be. On the right here, this is the recreational ground. So it's the view from our back gate, which adjoins the recreational ground. So yes, you can't see the panels from here. The panels will be almost exactly where that sun is setting there. Next slide, please. I just wanted you to enjoy these. These are lovely pictures of, how well used, and you can see how well used these fields are simply by the footprints in the snow, even in the coldest days of year. The beautiful church and obviously children enjoying the recreational ground, which will be now, 30, 40 meters. In fact, the solar panels will adjoin the recreational ground. Next slide, please. Our concern is, of course, the views, the impact on the setting, the industrial and ugly nature of the farm in the scenery that is so much a part of our community and so well used and so well loved by not just our community, but many thousands of other visitors to it. But let's be clear, we also have a number of questions and concerns in our community around many different aspects that will be discussed over the course of the next week or two. Noise, the pile drivers, we've heard the sound files of pile drivers. We know what they sound like, and they will be hugely disruptive during the installation phase. Perhaps more importantly, security. You know, security is a big problem, a growing problem with solar farms. They are attractive to the criminal fraternity due to the theft of precious metals. Criminals can refit the panels and sell them, and the panels offer resale value that criminals certainly deem the risk. Cables and inverters also have a high resale value, making them a target for theft. And in 2019, £900,000 worth of solar panels were stolen from sites in Wales. And, you know, we have no way of knowing the degree of the risk, but obviously families with young children in a small village are very anxious about this possibility. And, you know, and if it is a possibility, what then may be the risk or potential for much higher aggressive fencing within the area than is being submitted as part of this application. We also have significant concerns around the potential fire risk. We have been in contact with Herts County Council, who are obviously already very aware of the proposed development, but they have said categorically that they believe we need to be doing a lot more than has been proposed to be done. There needs to be a perimeter road around the solar farm, 2 access points, a dry system, and a water supply. We haven't seen those factored into the proposed plans, and certainly that perimeter road is a very alarming possibility that, you know, we haven't seen the plans for, and we don't believe that there are any plans as such for that. Where and how will these be accommodated would be a question. So we're keen to understand and try to reconcile all of this. And of course, there are battery storage units also throughout the site with the risk of fumes on fire with a potential fire to obviously homes, but also schools and the other community establishments in the area. Last slide. Thank you. So inevitably, the word NIMBY gets thrown around at this kind of time, and indeed we have been directly referred to as such by a local councillor to our anger. Even worse, I think, in my opinion, is the word receptors. You know, how cold and passive and objectifying a term for a community that lives and works and thrives next to each other in the way that our community does. We are an incredibly diverse community by age, by race, by disability, by socio-demographics. We have 20% of the village in council-owned properties. We have retirees who've lived here their whole lives, raised their families here, young families like mine, some very much struggling to do so. We have residents with special needs children. And we have obviously all of our nearby neighbours within the Little Wymondley, Hitchin, Letchworth, Gravely, and the broader Herts and Beds areas who make extensive use of our community. And the paths that weave through our surroundings that are not just circular walking paths, but are actually thoroughfares that get people from one place to another, from Great Wymondley to Willian, from Great Wymondley to Gravely, from Little Wymondley to Willian to Gravely. We use these to get places. They are not just leisure paths. We also, I would make the point, care deeply about our environment. The huge number of initiatives that we've been involved with as a community, the community garden over the last 2-3 years has seen huge numbers of villagers come together to volunteer to grow fruit and vegetables and provide a zone for those within the community to work together and create. We also have a community orchard that has been planted, a different tree per family at one end of the recreational ground with paths that weave through it to be enjoyed year round. We've worked extensively on fundraising for the church renovation project. We have fetes, we have jubilee parties, coronation parties. There is a stitching club for the women. There are book clubs, everything that you would expect from a thriving community. We've also, several homes housed Ukrainian refugees, including ourselves, and the whole village fundraised and donated clothes, nappies, food, and provisions for those affected by the war. And just in the last couple of weeks, the pub has changed hands. And this Saturday night, so many of us just gathered spontaneously within the garden in a way that, again, just made me feel gratitude for the community that we have, and you know, how much we've missed using that pub, because we didn't have a very nice landlord before. All this is public record, isn't it? Just be careful. So, you know, it's just such a lovely community, and, you know, we care deeply, and we are the custodians of the history, the nature, the landscape of our neighborhood. We've always cared about the heritage and the nature of our area. I mean, you should see the WhatsApp groups and the subject matter around hornets and owls and hedgehogs and illegal metal detectorists, alongside the normal "when are the bins going out" chat. Let me just state loudly and clearly once and for all that we are not, as a community, opposed to solar. 90% of the village are opposed to this. As you know, I'm in the 10, but 90% of the village are opposed to solar, and yet 90% of the village is broadly in favour of solar power. I'm in the 10 there. It's the scale of the proposed development that is being objected to in the strongest possible terms, 4 times larger than the village itself. It will create a shadow over all aspects of life in our community: the damage to the views, the damage to footpaths, safety, the privacy of personal time that is critical to our physical and mental health, the views of the changing seasons, of the agricultural activity, which is an intrinsic part of the setting, which will now be replaced by the monotony of a single unchanging vista as far as the eye can see. So our question is, why here? Why us? And why, most importantly, the scale of what is being proposed? I'm not quite sure what happened to the S in ESG as far as this project was concerned. We've had no say in it. It has been imposed on us. We've not been consulted on the details, and indeed disparaged. So I just beg the question as to how fair it is to dump the burden of this on such a small population, and one that works as hard as we do to preserve our heritage and the landscape around us. Our home is not the bricks and mortar that we invest in and also often strive years to pay off. It's the community, the setting, and the environment around it. And this community will be hugely affected by the proposed industrial style development that we're here to evaluate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Simpson. Just a very quick word about the slides which we saw as you were taking us through your evidence. I have to say that the ones on which you've superimposed indications of where you think the solar array may go clearly don't give an indication of what would be on the application site, irrespective of whether or not they're in the right location.
I accept that.
And my other strong caveat is that I haven't got from this, although whilst they give me an indication of the nature of the countryside around Great Wymondley, I can't be absolutely certain where they're taken from and in what direction they're looking.
And that's not really my intention. Obviously, the visit is designed to achieve that for yourself, Inspector.
Yes, yeah. Mr. Hardy.
Got nothing to ask. No, fire and noise will pick up in the conditions session, the technical matters, but it's a personal statement, so no cross-examination. Thank you.
Stella.
There's none from me either. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think I've only got one for you, Mr. Simpson, which is you touched on noise and vibration. I just wondered if you could clarify the concern that you say you and the community have about noise?
Well, we can't really know is the simple truth right now. I mean, we do know about the noise that the construction of the development will constitute. And I'm aware that that will be a temporary situation, but it will be an incredibly disruptive time. Huge machinery coming in to pile drive stakes into the ground in the scale that we're talking across in such close proximity to the village. I guess we do have concerns, although we as I say, we can't be sure of what we will have to live with until we're potentially put in that situation. But we are very close to the A1M. We can hear that from our gardens already. And that depends on sometimes, which way the wind's blowing in terms of the noise and how it carries. And of course, it varies by season as well with the with the tree barriers and tree foliage. There is a huge concern that, that area now, that noise will bounce in our direction, and be much, much more visible and a constant presence within the community. But it is hard for us to know that, Inspector. So I couldn't really comment. It would be speculation.
I suspect you've just answered what was going to be the follow-up, was because I'd read the point about concern about noise deflection, and am I right in thinking from what you've just said that is conjecture on your part?
It is conjecture. I mean, we have heard of similar developments where that has been a very obvious thing that has happened to communities that they've been hugely unhappy about. I understand it may be triggered by the direction of the panels. There are problems in Stevenage right now as with a road that's been put along the A1M to shield off a new development that is now bouncing the noise onto the other side of the motorway. So, fundamental changes to the use of agricultural land of this nature and with that much mechanical engineering within it cannot fail to have some impact. And it's not, there is no question of it being less, is there?
Is the Stevenage situation what you refer to as Todd's Green Wall?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Okay. Is it fair to say from what you've just said briefly about noise that your main concern is to do with construction activity rather than when the plant is operational?
I'm more concerned about when the plant is operational, because that's the next potential 30, 40 years that we won't have any say about. Once the construction has settled down, we will be then living with whatever the noise implications are that nobody can tell us the true extent of at this time. I mean, there are other implications noise-wise as well to, wildlife and bird life. These fields teem with birds right now. You will hear the hawks and the bird life in the fields as you're walking around, which will surely be diminished also by the change of land use.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Harding, is there anything as a result of my questions? No, Mr. Harding.
Harding. No, thank you very much, sir. I've got no follow-up questions.
No, thank you.
Other than to thank Mrs. Simpson for presenting.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Simpson.
Thank you very much.
Right, Mr. Harding, it's your next witness, Mr. Griffiths. That's okay.
So just while the witness is getting ready, can I just look at timetable? So I think this afternoon we've got Mr. Griffiths in chief.
Yeah.
I don't know how long he's going to be. But then, as I understand it, we're breaking, and I won't be cross-examining until tomorrow morning. Is that the plan?
Not necessarily. I said I think I said yesterday when you asked this question, we'd see how we went, and there is the opportunity to continue to make progress without disadvantaging anybody.
Then in which
what I'm more wary about is if we got to a situation where, for example, we needed Mr. Mason and he wasn't here, but if Mr. Griffiths is here and it doesn't cause a problem to the party,
then I'm going to make an application that I do cross-examine tomorrow because I've got a function in London.
All right.
I'd understood it to be that we were sticking to the timetable. So that was the reason or the ulterior
No.
motive.
doesn't that?
Right. Well, I am going to make an application having on that false basis. Obviously, I know that for future
So
days, but I'm going to London. So
Yes.
if we could
Well,
draw stumps after evidence in chief, I'd be very grateful. I'm very happy to start earlier in the morning tomorrow if that would buy back half an hour or so.
well, we'll be exactly where we intended to be on the timetable. So
In
that
which
should be
case,
fine.
as long as that does.
That should be fine, Mr.
Close.
Hardy.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Right. My apologies for that little delay. It just goes to the point of what a diverse community we are, from tech entrepreneur to the rest of us when it comes to IT.
Mr. Harding, just before you start, can I go to Mr. Harding? What is your deadline for finishing today, Mr. Hardy? If you're to make your other commitment
Well,
later on?
ideally, it's the 5:01 from Stevenage. That's what I'm aiming for. If not, then it'll be the 5:31 and I get a bit of a slap over the wrist. So I'm not, look, this is more important,
Yeah.
certainly. How long?
I just want to bear that in mind.
Yeah. I don't know how long the estimation is, Mr. Harding. Do you know?
Well, I think we were thinking it could be 1 to 1.5 hours.
Perfect.
Because
Yep,
That would,
Absolutely fine. Yeah.
Mr. Griffiths is covering a number of key
yes,
topics. for us.
that's understood, Mr. Harding.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Without more ado, Mr. Harding, would you like to?
without more
Carry
ado,
on.
then we will crack on. And as with our other experts, I will invite Mr. Griffiths to introduce himself. The key point, though, here is that he is our primary expert witness on behalf of the Joint Objectors Group.
Thank you. Sir, I have a problem here in that my laptop has failed. But what I intend to do, and this will shorten time, is to speak to my proof, and I will make reference to documents as I go through, and that will enable me to do the hour and a half that was envisaged. And I'm sure Mr. Hardy will pick up, and others will pick up on the reference to documentation as we go through. So my name is Jed Griffiths, Chartered Town Planner, a fellow of the Royal Town Planning Institute. I'm a past president of the Institute, and I've got a master's degree in geography from the University of Durham and a diploma in town planning from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne. And I've lived and worked in Hertfordshire for over 50 years. I came here seeking work in 1970 at County Hall in the planning department. I worked there for 21 years. I then became Chief Strategic Planner for East Sussex County Council. Since I came away from that in 1994, I've been an independent planning consultant living and working in Hertford, the county town. So I might be construed to be a local. I don't know whether they've adopted me as yet, but I certainly know the county very well. It's a bit of a dilemma for me, I have to say at the outset, because I've been, I guess, evangelizing about sustainable development and that sort of thing for many, many years. I guess since 1987, when the Brundtland Commission reported. So I'm very keen on that. But at the same time, as a Hertfordshire planner, a Hertfordshire resident, I'm very concerned about the county and the way in which it is planned. And that includes, obviously, consideration of the Green Belt. We're looking at the Town and Country Planning Act, Sarah. And I think in my career at Hertford particularly, I've worked very closely with organisations like the Standing Conference for the Hertfordshire Countryside, the Chilterns Conservation Board, and also the Standing Conference for the Colne Valley Park. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to elaborate on the planning policy framework at national, local level. I'm going to look at Greenbelt, the loss of agricultural land, and the impact on landscape character on appearance. So what I'll do, I'll go through, present my professional views on those elements of policy, which in my opinion are critical to the determination of this case. And as you'll hear, others are presenting statements on biodiversity. You've heard about the historic environment, and you've just heard about the community impact. I'll try not to duplicate what they have to say, but I may refer to what they will or have said. So government policy then is in the NPPF. Last updated only last week, and I wish they'd stop doing this. Paragraph 11, there's still a presumption in favour of sustainable development and subject to certain criteria, including Green Belt. And section 11 concerns the effective use of land, and I question whether the change of use from best and most versatile agricultural land over a period of 40 years is a truly effective use of this particular site. And then we've got section 13. It's still there. The aim of successive governments, whatever political persuasion, is to protect Greenbelt. And this is a key issue, I think, as Mr. Hardy intimated earlier on. So the applicant and the District Council have stressed the contents of NPPF section 14, how the proposed development can help to meet the needs of climate change. And as one who for many years has supported the principles, I can fully stand those arguments for low carbon developments. But it should not, however, be at the expense of valuable assets, which are components of a sustainable future. And conservation of those assets is set out in both sections 15 and 16 of the NPPF. But I'm going to focus on landscape character later on as I speak. As stated above, we've got section 14. It's clear that the government supports renewable energy sources so as to combat climate change. But I think we've got NPPG, National Planning Practice Guidance, and there's a section in it on planning for low carbon and renewable energy, and that's CD 64F. And it's stated in that it does not mean that the need for a renewable energy automatically overrides environmental protections and the planning concerns of local communities. And it also notes that planning authorities will need to take into account critically the potential impacts on the local environment, including from cumulative impacts. And the views of local communities likely to be affected should be listened to. On solar farms, we've got more specific advice saying cumulative impacts require particular attention, especially the increasing impact that large-scale solar farms can have on landscape and local amenity as the number of solar arrays in an area increases. It also notes the significance of topography, and it says local topography is an important factor in assessing whether large-scale solar farms could have a damaging effect on landscape, and recognise the impact can be as great in a predominantly flat landscape as in hilly areas. And it also notes that proposals in AONB and in areas close to them will need further considerations. And it expressly notes that protecting local amenity is an important consideration, which should be given proper weight in planning decisions. And the essence of all this is reflected in many ministerial statements. It's reflected in the draft National Policy Statement on Renewable Energy, which has just been updated. I must make a correction in paragraph 10 of my proof there. It's been updated in March 2023, and it contains the policy advice on solar photovoltaic generation. So in that, it's CD 60 in our reference, and it's paragraphs 310.9 to 310.39, and it's all about factors that should influence site selection by applicants. And it states specifically that where possible, ground-mounted solar PV projects should utilize previously developed land, brownfield land, contaminated land, or agricultural land. And it did say in the old version, preferably of classification 3B, 4 and 5. It now says lower grade. And that's on page 83 of that CD60. I'm turning now to local policy. We've heard a lot about this already. We've got a policy in the North Hertfordshire local plan and a presumption in sustainable forms of development. And it's a predominantly rural district, as you'll appreciate, sir. There's a strong commitment to the protection of the countryside and the green belt. And in SP5, the council states its support for the principles and recognition for the intrinsic value of the countryside. Let me emphasize that word, the intrinsic value of the countryside. We've got the supporting text on page 53, which notes the extensive review of greenbelt boundaries, which was undertaken as part of the local plan review. And those results were pretty controversial. They generated a considerable level of debate during the public examination, and I sat through quite a few of those sessions, and they were vociferous. The local plan is also clear that proposals for future development in the Greenbelt are going to be considered against national policy. And so we've got policy SP5, which says that the council will only permit development proposals in the Greenbelt where they would not result in inappropriate development or where very special circumstances have been demonstrated. And I'm going on to indicate it's common ground here between us all that the proposed array is inappropriate development. And we as a group strongly believe, however, that very special circumstances have not been demonstrated. And of course, the council is clearly committed to the challenges of climate change. So policy SP11A is support for renewable and low carbon energy development in appropriate locations. I empathise with these principles, but this proposal, sir, is in the wrong location. I agree with the local plan that a balance needs to be struck between the beneficial outcomes of renewable energy and any adverse impacts produced by the development itself. And then we come on to policy 12, clear commitment to protecting, enhancing the natural environment. The council will consider, respect landscape character, scenic beauty and local sensitive features, particularly in relation to the children's area of outstanding natural beauty. And it's complemented, that policy, by NE2 on landscape, NE3 specifically on the children's AONB. And the former states that planning only be granted for development that respects the sensitivities of the relevant landscape character area and does not cause unacceptable harm to the character of the surrounding area. And in my view, and I'll come on to that, the development of this development would cause a considerable degree of harm to the landscape. And in respect of policy NO3, I think there would be damage to the setting of the children's AONB. And then we've got a policy specifically with renewable and low carbon energy development. That includes solar farms involving the best and most versatile agricultural land, which will be dealt with it in accordance with national policy. But it's clear to me that both the policy and the supporting text that proposals for low carbon energy would generally only be permitted subject to an assessment of various impacts which are listed in the policy, including landscape, other environmental impacts, and we'll come on to that. We've mentioned the neighbourhood development plan for Wymondley. That's been made by the district. We've got a number of policies relevant in terms of greenbelt landscape and the environment. So we've got NHE1 requiring that planning applications should be accompanied by an assessment of the impact on landscape character. NHE2 proposed of where appropriate be accompanied by a biodiversity action plan. NHE9 covers historic character and landscape assets, but it's also concerned with the natural environment. So it's our view that the proposal is significantly in conflict with the criteria set out in this policy. It would cause irreparable damage to the natural and historic environment and the rural character of the parish. Sir, may I just stop and see if I can get into this? But just to finish on the neighbourhood plan while I'm waiting, the importance of the Greenbelt is stressed in Chapter 7, summarised effectively at paragraph 7.9 of that neighbourhood plan. And the role of the Greenbelt reflected in the wording of policy GB1 of the neighbourhood plan. So I'll go on. I've studied the planning statement produced by the developers and all these papers which you've seen tabled at the Planning Development Control Committee on 17th of November. So I think it's common ground, isn't it, that the solar array is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. It's contended by the developers, however, that very special circumstances do exist to outweigh the potential harm. And that's where we differ as a group between ourselves, the council and the developers. We acknowledge that the NPPF contains a presumption in favour of development. I quote from that paragraph 11, but just from the footnote, it says any adverse effects of permitting development would significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole. But it also says the application of policies in this framework that protect areas of assets or particular importance provides a clear reason for refusing the development. And there's a footnote to that. And one of those assets is Greenbelt. We've got the commitment of the government to the protection in Chapter 13 of the NPPF. We've got the 5 purposes set out down there, 5 in number. What I want to do next is just to talk about the first 3. And the first one is to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. And the second one is to prevent neighbouring towns from merging into one another. And the third is to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. Bit of history here. I guess I'm part of this in some ways. Historically, Greenbelt's been an important component of the planning system in this county. So in terms of that first purpose, the primary function of the Greenbelt is to control the outward spread of London. It's part of the London Metropolitan Greenbelt. And designation of the Greenbelt in the southern part of the county occurred in the context of the early circular on Greenbelt, which commendably, sir, was written on one piece of paper. And a follow-up circular 5057, and that was shown in the Hertfordshire County Development Plan first review of 1963. But in the 1970s, that was extended as part of the Hertfordshire County Structure Plan to cover over 55% of the land area in the county. And I refer to a map attached to my proof, and that's a map showing the extent of the Greenbelt in Hertfordshire. It's done in 2004, but its shape is significant. It's a grasping hand, the grasping hand of London reaching out into Hertfordshire. That was determined by me and a team at County Hall and teams in the newly formed district councils going out and fixing those Greenbelt boundaries to reflect that policy. The members of the county council at the time in the draft structure plan said, oh, Greenbelt, that's countryside, isn't it? Let's have Greenbelt over the whole of the rural county. The DOE at the time came back to us and said, we're not having that. And they came back with a very, very challenging diagram, a blank map of the county with a line right across it. They said, sort that out. So we had to go back to examine the principles, those purposes of the Greenbelt that were there at the time. And the principal function is to contain the outward sprawl of London. So that's why you've got the grasping hand along the main route corridors. And at the same time, I guess what that does is also fulfill the second purpose of the Greenbelt, which is also to protect, to stop the coalescence of towns, mainly in those route corridors. And in this context of this application, that Greenbelt is protecting the gap between Stevenage and towns to the north, as well as maintaining the gaps that we have between Hitchin, Letchworth and Baldock in this particular area. So it's critical to understand the context of the Greenbelt in that sort of context. But it's also important to think about the Greenbelt in terms of its protection of the countryside. We've heard a lot about that already. It safeguards it from encroachment from the proliferation of built development. And I think I have that function discussed extensively in the public hearings into the local plan. And despite numerous local objections, several areas of Greenbelt have been lost for development. These were shown in the map that Mr. Harding put up yesterday, and which also is appended to my proof. So the local plan, going back to the local plan, the evidence base included the Greenbelt Review of 2016. And there was a two-stage assessment of parcels of land. First stage, this is CD 143. The first stage was a broad brush strategic assessment, and the area covered by the application site was split between two of those parcels, parcels 10 Little Wymondley, 14 William. And in a summary at paragraph table 2.4 of that review, it's shown that both those parcels were assessed as having a significant impact on the Greenbelt. So later we've got a more refined review, and that meant that the application site itself is split between two of those sub-parcels. We've got parcel 10B and 14F, and they're to the south and north of Gravely Lane, respectively. And if you look at table 3.4 of the review, it confirms that both those sub-parcels made a significant contribution to the Greenbelt. So I think, in my view, the results of both those assessments even now show how development of this particular site by a solar array would make a significant difference to the integrity of the Greenbelt in a sensitive area to the north of Stevenage. The applicants and the District Council contend that the proposed development would not compromise the aims and purposes of the Greenbelt. Very special circumstances, they say, do exist sufficient to outweigh the harm which would be caused to the Greenbelt. And I disagree fundamentally with their position. Ground-mounted solar installations are not really constrained, surely, for this particular location, as they require only direct sunlight. It's neither necessary or appropriate to consider the development on land designated as Greenbelt. And we've got a number of instances where the principle of openness has been a key test in a number of cases. And we've had the reiteration of the Samuel Smith versus North Yorkshire County Council case, and that ended up in the UK Supreme Court 3 years ago. It really determined, I think, that there were two elements with regard to the openness of the Greenbelt, one of which was the visual quality, the visual aspect, and it was determined that visual quality of the landscape was not in itself an essential part of the openness of the Greenbelt. And then there was the spatial element, which was defined as a spatial element defined as a lack of built development on it. So there were two elements to that. So I think what we've got there is a judgment which says, ultimately, sir, and it's down to you, I guess, in this case, it's a matter of planning judgment as to whether the openness of the Greenbelt is compromised. So let's think about this particular application. Compared to other similar applications for solar arrays, this is a big one, isn't it? Sheer scale of it, 88 hectares, all right, 85 if you narrow it down. We've talked about the acreage, 108 football pitches, the metal buildings, the transformer stations, the battery storage buildings, other structures, and the dimensions of the buildings have already been pointed out to you. We've seen from the slides earlier the galvanized 2-meter high deer fencing about much of the site. You've seen pictures of the CCTV cameras. 150,000 to 160,000 glass and metal voltaic panels. So I think we've heard that the posts supporting the frame would be to a depth of 1.5 meters, 500,000 of those posts, 2.1 kilometer of internal roads. So I would put to you that this is an industrial complex. It's a development which has an industrial nature. And I think it's very clear to all of us here, it's going to change the open nature of the Greenbelt in a critical location for at least a generation, probably permanently. So I think a development of this size and this type should not be permitted anywhere in the Greenbelt where the development would cause considerable harm to its overall aims and purposes. And the council states that if planning permission were granted, the application would not be removed from the Greenbelt. All right, but I would argue that if the development were to go ahead, the public perception would be that the Greenbelt designation would have ceased effectively. Where would it be? Because there would be no impression of openness. So I think it's about public perception of, and we've seen that very clearly, I think, from the presentation you heard earlier this afternoon. So I think to introduce an inappropriate development into an open area of Greenbelt for 40 years is in direct contradiction to the aims of national policy. And the council seems to have accepted that 40 years is temporary. But I think we've got some recent appeal decisions, which I'll mention later on. Inspectors have not agreed that 40 years is temporary. I would stretch to say that 25 years is temporary, sir. The applicant obviously is referred to cases, and they're in the CD set where developments for solar arrays have been permitted in Greenbelt locations. But there's not an automatic presumption in favour of development, as NPPG has reminded us. And I've just come across an application for a recent example in Thurrock, and I've got a copy of the front page, which I can hand on, and it was made by, in fact, I've got a copy of the whole thing. It's Thurrock. Sorry, no, that's the other one. It's reference 21/01635/full, and that was on grounds of the impact on the Greenbelt. In that case, no very special circumstances were shown. Let's come on to agriculture. We all accept, and it's common ground between us, that it's currently used for agriculture, predominantly for the growing of cereal crops. If we go to the NPPF, it states that planning policy and decision-making should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside and the wider benefits from natural capital and ecosystem services, including the economic other benefits of the best and most versatile agricultural land. For clarity, in the rear of the NPPF, you've got the definition of BNV. It's being grades 1, 2, and 3A of the agricultural land classification. And I'd emphasize that the NPPG says that the applications for solar arrays should be focused on lower grade locations. And it's clear from the documentation that this would be located almost entirely on best and most versatile agricultural land. And we hear that it's 32% grade 2, 67.8 grade 3A. So the whole area, seems to me, is a valuable asset. It's used being consistently for the growing of cereal crops for some generations. And I'd remind the inquiry that grade 2 is the best land we've got in Hertfordshire. There's no grade 1 left. and the last bit of Grade 1 land has been built on by a business park in Broxbourne Borough. So it's a precious asset. I can share the concerns of others that the grazing of sheep on the site would be a very poor substitute for the high value activity of growing crops. And we've heard previously that it's becoming increasingly clear that the climate emergency is raising concerns about national food security, exacerbated by the global effects of the war in Ukraine on grain supplies. But this development, sir, is described as temporary by the applicants, but 40 years is beyond a generation. At the point of decommissioning, the site would no longer be suitable for the growing of high value crops immediately. Other presentations to this inquiry, I think, will show how it would be difficult to restore the productivity of soils after 40 years. And I refer the inquiry to a recent appeal case into a proposal for a solar array on farmland in Swadlincote, Derbyshire. That's CD 188, and I'll refer you to paragraphs 48 and 51. And that was dismissed clearly because of the potential loss of best and most versatile agricultural land. And in the concluding paragraph, the inspector stated, while collectively the benefits arising from the appeal scheme are significant, the harm that would be caused by allowing the development of just below 50% of the site's hectarage over a period of 40 years would be of greater significance. I emphasize those words, just below 50%. And the loss of BMV land also included in the reasons for refusal of a planning application. And this is the section 62A1 at Pelham substation. I've got a copy of that because it's not a inquiry document, but I can make that available in full. But its reference is S62A stroke 2022/0011, and it's land of east of the Pelham substation in Manadon in Essex. It's just over the border. The Pelham substation is actually in Hertfordshire. And the application was made to the planning inspectorate because Uttlesford District Council had lost its planning powers. So in my view, this is a significant case, not in the Greenbelt, but the site was Essex. It was an area of similar agricultural importance to much of the area of East and North Hertfordshire. So that, I think, is a significant decision, and I'll refer you to that. Landscape character, let's go on to that. The characteristics, I think, have been shown in the series of photographs and video presentations produced already, but I am very conscious of the photographs that are in the CD presentations, and I think I note that the report to the Planning Control Committee of North Hertfordshire, the effect was described as moderate. But the LVIA of the applicant considered the effects of the development would be mitigated over time by hedgerow planting, other landscape measures. I've got reservations about the council's position on this issue, which seems to contradict their previous assessments of landscape character. And I can refer you to the North Herts landscape study of 2011. That's CD 71, which was used as part of the evidence base for the local plan. And that divided the district into a number of landscape character areas. This one was located in a landscape character 216, Arlesey to Great Wymondley. And Arlesey, of course, is beyond the county border. It's in Bedfordshire. So it runs from Arlesey past Letchworth to Great Wymondley. And it's described, I think, generally as a rolling agricultural landscape, large-scale fields, concluded that the area as a whole has a low to moderate sensitivity due to relatively open views, which would be sensitive to the introduction of further urbanizing influences. And visual and sensory analysis of that character area is moderate, with a need to conserve and improve it. In more detail, the historic settlement of Great Wymondley is actually cited in there as a prominent feature of the historic landscape pattern. And it's stated that the sense of enclosure is open. The area is widely visible from the outside, and views of the countryside from the settlements are an important feature of that landscape character areas. So expansive views from higher ground create a sense of space and openness. And I think, sir, you can see that from the photographs which we produced as a group, and they'll clearly see this, I think, from the site visits which you undertake. So although the landscape character as a whole is considered to have a low landscape value, its capacity to accommodate development was limited according to the evaluation by the Landscape Partnership in 2011. And they concluded that large-scale open usage would not be in keeping with the rural character of the area. They would be very likely to be open to view and include new elements that would conflict with existing characteristics. And furthermore, they said, new utilities developments would have an impact on the more intimate scale and rural character associated with the south of the character area, particularly adjacent to Great Wymondley. And I think this view is contrary to the view in paragraph 4.5117 of the committee report, which categorized this proposal as other types of development. It's not that. It's a utilities proposal. I've noted obviously the conclusions of the LBIA, and you've heard a lot about that this morning. The view undertaken of it by the Landscape Partnership, and the applicant has submitted further amendments to the plans in response to all that. But I think the council's consultants remained of the view there would be significant adverse effects at a local and site scale on landscape character. So the officer's report concluded that there'd be no conflict to policy NE2, which seeks to avoid unacceptable harm to landscape character and appearance. But I disagree with that. The insertion of a solar array covering up to 85, 88 hectares is obviously going to have an impact. So what the LVA has done is focus on the public viewpoints. You'll hear more about that later from the immediate area around the site and other viewpoints from afar. But I think the landscaping proposals too are concentrated on the concealment of the development from public view. And I'd suggest that the analysis does not fully take into account the impact on the wider landscape setting of the site. I've also appended number 4, which is a photograph taken from Offaly Hill. That's also in the bundle of photographs put in by the group. And that's from Offaly Hill, looking to the east. I've been up there, I've had a look at it. The view is from a bridge over the A505 bypass. It's quite remarkable. Looking to the east, one does appreciate the open character of the area around Wymondley, and looking to the north. Obviously that you may want to see that, sir, but certainly that's something that I have noted. So in these circumstances, I'd argue that the development should be assessed against local plan policy NE3, and that states that planning permission for any proposal, not only within the AONB, but also affecting the setting of the AONB, would only be granted subject, provided it's appropriate in scale, having regard to national policy. And under the Wildlife and Countryside Act, the council does have a duty of regard which applies to developments outside, but which affect the AONB. In this case, they should apply to the effect on important views from within the AONB. So from a review of case examples, it's clear that the potential impact on landscape character has been a constant factor in this case. And I refer you, sir, to a recent appeal at land northwest of Hall Farm, Church Street, Alfreton in Derbyshire. And that's CD 186 and 187. And that was refusal of planning permission for a 49.9 megawatts solar array and associated infrastructure. That's significant, isn't it? 49.9 megawatts. The appeal was dismissed because, in the words of the inspector, in the overall balance, the harm caused to landscape character and visual amenity is decisive. So if I can just summarize with some conclusions, and I think we all agree, it's common ground between us, that the proposed development constitutes inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. The applicant submits that very special circumstances exist, and they were accepted by the council at the Planning Control Committee on the 17th of November. And as you'll see, the Officers' Report Committee argued that the planning balance should be struck in favour of the provision of renewable energy in accordance with national policy on tackling climate change. The committee resolution was made in the face of considerable opposition to the proposal, and I think you've seen the nature of that opposition already at this inquiry. So this is no ordinary application. It covers a very large area of Greenbelt. It involves the loss of high-grade agricultural land. And I think it's absolutely right that the mechanism was there for the Secretary of State to determine that his decision would be informed by this public inquiry. Obviously, the council itself could not make the decision. It had to go to the Secretary of State. But I think we welcome the fact that his decision should be informed by this public inquiry. So it's my firm view, having looked at all this, that very special circumstances have not been demonstrated in this case. And it's about the sheer size, the industrial nature of the solar array. And the proposal inevitably would have a significantly harmful effect on the openness of the Greenbelt. And that's clearly contrary to the aims and purposes of the Greenbelt in the NPPF. And these have been endorsed, of course, in the recently adopted local plan, and indeed in the Wymondley Neighbourhood Development Plan. And what it would do is to remove from production, from arable production, a large area of the best and most versatile agricultural land. And I don't accept that the period of 40 years would be temporary. It would not be an effective use of the land, contrary to and that would be contrary to the NPPF. And I point to the need for food security in the light of the climate emergency. And that's another aspect of climate change and the international conflicts which are going on. And I think because the land is the best and most versatile, it could easily be used for the growing of other crops other than cereals in the future. So it's accepted, sir, that the proposal would have a harmful effect on the landscape character and appearance of the area on and around the application site. And yes, the applicant's LVIA shows how these effects could be mitigated over a period of time. Clearly, in my view, and I think you'll see this from looking at the site, the landscaping proposals put forward cannot completely conceal the harmful effects of a very large expanse of solar panels on this open rural area. And it would be contrary both to the local plan, the neighbourhood plan policies, which seek to protect the landscape, including the setting of the children's AONB. So I think I've set out the reasons in this proof. I urge you, sir, in your recommendation, and indeed the Secretary of State, to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Harding, is there anything supplementary by way of questions, or are you content with what Mr. Griffiths has said?
I'm content with what he said at the stage, yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, well, we're where we should be at the end of day 2. Mr. Hard, is there anything you need to raise before we adjourn?
No, I don't think so. I've had a look at the conditions. So in relation to what Mrs. Simpson had to say, and I think outside of the inquiry, I'll have a word with the council just about tidying up some of the conditions, maybe adding some conditions, but I want to do that early so that people have that to take away for the weekend. So for instance, dealing with fire and noise, points that Mrs. Simpson has raised. So the
Yes.
list that you've got, I think we can improve on which we will.
Yes, you mentioned, Mr. Hardy, discussing those with the council.
Yes,
Bearing in mind there's 3 main parties, if you could involve
yes, absolutely.
Mr. Griffiths as well, please.
Absolutely. What we'll do is I'd like to broach those with the council first. Obviously, it's difficult doing a tripartite thing. What we'll do is, as we've done before, seek if we get agreement with the council, and then we'll have give the opportunity to the local action group to comment.
Good. Thank you. Ms. Daly, anything you need to raise?
Just a question about the timetable. So in terms of tomorrow, my understanding is that obviously we'll have Mr. Griffiths' cross-examination, and then we'll hear from Mr. Mason.
Yes.
What I don't know is whether if we progress well, Dr. Tilford and Mr. Kendall are available tomorrow, or whether we will inevitably go into Friday. I appreciate we might go into Friday anyway, but it's a question through you about availability.
Yeah. Mr. Hardy's heard what you've said, Ms. Dale. Let's
just turn my back. Apparently, we've got difficulties with so Dr. Tilford and Mr. Kendall coming tomorrow. So unfortunately, it will have to be Friday.
both in both cases.
Yes, that's what I'm told.
Right. The only option then to make progress would be to revert with Mr. Robinson, which I know you were keen to. Do you want to have a think about that, Ms. Daly, overnight?
Yeah, I will do. Thank you.
Because,
I mean, I suppose the key point is it doesn't look like we're struggling for time generally.
No.
And it's about making best use of days.
it is, yes. What I don't want is to get to next week, because at the moment, Mr. Robinson's, I've penciled him in for next week, but I don't. But if we've got what I already had down for next week plus Mr. Robinson, I don't want to be struggling at the end.
Understood.
Yeah.
I'll think about it overnight.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Harding, is there anything you need to raise before we adjourn?
No, nothing.
Good.
So thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Adjourn in a moment. Just remember that tomorrow we're in the room next door rather than this room. I think it's known as room 2, and it's off this corridor. But the inquiry is adjourned and we'll resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in room 2.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what are the arrangements if we're in another room for leaving
Oh, good
stuff
point.
here, boxes, etc.? Do we move them through or leave them in?
As before, Mr. Greaves.
So same as yesterday, if we can leave the documents off to one side and
In this room.
Right. And make sure your tables
Yeah.
are clear, because there may well be another meeting tonight.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Inquiry is now adjourned. Thank you.